checked out the waitresses. They were busy running back and forth between the tables and the counter, and they had not spotted it either. Couldn't anyone else see it? She scooted her chair to the left, saw the small figure crawl along the rigging pipes until it was directly above the stage. There was something unnatural about it, a deformity visible even in its silhouetted shape that marked it as inhuman. That made no logical sense, but she knew it to be true, and though she wanted to look away, she did not. The shadow began fiddling with the center spotlight. Deanna stood, pointing and screaming, as she realized what it was trying to do, but the concert was too loud, and though a few of the people around her saw her pointing and looked in the direction of her finger, no one seemed to hear her. The light fell. It crashed on Lynette, the huge blocky casing landing corner down on the singer's bleached blonde head, crushing her skull and shearing off the entire right side of her face. Blood was everywhere, spurting, spraying, misting, and the song ended unnervingly, not with a scream, but with a quiet that cut off Lynette's voice as the musicians continued obliviously for a few more bars. The shadow was jumping up and down on the rigging in a furious assault, and seconds later the entire thing collapsed. Lights and pipes, wires and metal bars falling forward onto the audience. People were screaming, scrambling to get away. Screeching feedback from the speakers drowned out even the screams, and it was as though the entire scene was taking place in some over-loud movie. Deanna's mind focused on and absorbed individual events, recording them with a clarity she had never known before. The musicians, covered with spraying blood, dropping their instruments, stumbling back. A stray light swinging from an attached cord and smashing into the face of the long-necked man, knocking him flat. An intact section of rigging falling onto one of the big tables, crushing several couples beneath it. A stray bar of metal spearing through the foot of an older woman, pinning her to the floor as she tried to run. Where was the shadow? At the same time she was backing up, trying not to be knocked down by the surging, panicked crowd, Deanna was scanning the ceiling above the stage for any sign of the dark figure. There it was. She saw it swinging through the rafters like an ape, and then she was knocked to the ground by a screaming old man who did not even stop to see if she was all right, but continued running over her. She struggled to her feet, leaned back against a post for protection, and scanned the ceiling for the figure. Her eyes found the place where it had been, but it was not there, and her eyes darted back and forth, searching. She found it. In the rafters directly above. It was looking down at her, and for a split second she saw glowing white teeth grinning in its dark shadow face. And then a speaker came crashing down on her head. Chapter 16. 1. Julia walked home from the funeral alone, declining to ride with Gregory in the van. She held her breath as a pickup passed by, trying not to breathe until the agitated dust settled. Moving to McWane was the biggest mistake they'd ever made. If she'd thought it once, she'd thought it 1,000 times, but it was truer now than it had ever been. As she walked down the dirt road from the American cemetery, she thought of Deanna's death, thought of Adam at the police station, and knew that it was time for them to admit defeat, give in, call it quits, and head back home to California. Their noble experiment had been a failure from day one, and it was time to get out while the getting was good. She would have a hell of a time convincing Gregory of that, but she was set on this course of action, and nothing could dissuade her. She'd go without him if she had to, although she didn't think it would come to that. His mother and the kids would jump at the chance to move back to California, and the pressure of all 5 of them would hopefully be sufficient to convince him to leave. Because it was getting dangerous here. That's what the alarm bells inside her head were saying. and it was not something that she would dispute. She had always felt danger here, from the first day in that dark house, and though she'd tried to rationalize it, explain it away, deny its existence, it had been the one underlying constant in her experience here. She had never felt at home in McWane, and she knew now that she never would. It was time for them to cut their losses and run. Another vehicle passed by. The preacher's car, she thought, and she moved aside and held her breath until the dust had started to settle. She looked over her shoulder, saw the backhoe filling in Deanna's grave behind the iron gates at the end of the road, and was consumed with a profound sadness and sense of loss. Deanna had been her only friend in town, and that, of course, had amplified her feelings. But the truth was, Deanna had been a real friend, a person she'd liked immediately, to whom she'd grown close in an extraordinarily short time. Next to Debbie, in fact, Deanna was probably her best friend in the world. She'd had a tough time maintaining her composure during the funeral service. She'd cried the entire time, but the crying had constantly threatened to erupt into hysterics, and she'd had to hum some goofy old Monkees song in her mind in order to keep from dwelling too intently on the fact that her friend had died. Been murdered. She didn't know that, she told herself. She didn't know that for sure. But she did. She did. These things happen. Gregory's mother had not gone to the funeral, had stayed home with the kids instead. She had wanted to come, had wanted the children to go, but Julia did not want Adam or Teo to attend. She remembered her own mother dragging her to church funerals all during her childhood. It was a Malak Khan tradition, and her parents' generation thought nothing of it, considered it normal and appropriate. But she had hated spending so many weekends in graveyards, had had nightmares and resulting fears and worries that she swore even back then she would never inflict on her own kids. She still considered it unhealthy to spend so much time glorifying and thinking about death, and she had refused to budge on her funeral prohibition for the kids. Her eyes were so swollen they hurt, and the dust was not making things any better. She wondered if she should have ridden home with Gregory after all, but when she thought of his blank, expressionless face at the graveside service, she knew she had made the right decision. If they'd been trapped in the van together all the way home, they would have been fighting by now. She needed this time away from him, needed this time to herself. Maybe she wouldn't go home at all for a while. Maybe she'd just wander around, walk, think, give herself the opportunity to really feel what she needed to feel, to sort out her emotions, to dwell on Deanna's passing and mourn her friend, alone, in private, where she could indulge her own feelings and not have to worry about the needs and feelings of others. She deserved at least that much. Yes, she thought, she would walk around town for a while. She'd just make sure to stay far away from Russian Town. She and Gregory had not made love in weeks. No, that was not true. They had not had sex in weeks. They had not made love for months. That record was not broken tonight. She didn't really want sex, but she wanted someone to hold and hug, a shoulder she could cry on. And Gregory, the bastard, ignored her completely, sitting up in bed and reading his damn Time, the blankets pushed into a little wall between them. She'd gotten home just before dusk to find that Gregory's mother had already made nachinke for dinner. They'd all eaten separately, Gregory in the living room in front of the television, Adam and Teo in the dining room, Sasha in her bedroom. Her mother-in-law had sampled as she'd cooked and wasn't hungry, but Julia was famished, and she grabbed 4 of the pastries and ate them over the sink in the kitchen. After dinner she'd taken a hot bath, and by the time she was finished, the kids were all safely ensconced in their separate bedrooms. She had the feeling that either Gregory or his mother had told them to leave her alone, not to bother her, and while she would have preferred some noise, would rather have heard the sounds of talking and laughter and life in the house, she was too tired to make the effort to set things right. She did not bring up the idea of moving back to California until she and Gregory were both in bed, because she did not want to fight in front of the kids, and she knew this would provoke a confrontation. She also wanted a little lag time, a little breather so she could marshal her emotional forces and build up some strength. It had been a long and draining day. It was an ultimatum she intended to deliver, but she did not want to phrase it as such, and on her first pass the approach was light. "What do you think about moving?" she said. He looked up from his magazine. "To a different house?" "Back to California." She saw his face harden, saw the stubbornness settle over his features, and her own anger rose in reaction. "It's not working out here," she told him. "We tried it. We all followed your dream, but it's turned into a nightmare." "Still afraid of our haunted house, huh?" He looked like he was sneering. "Our son was arrested. Our friend is dead. There's been a string of murders that somehow we're supposed to be responsible for." She glared at him. "This fucking town is practically ready to lynch us, and you're obliviously going on like nothing's happened. Well, something has, and it's affected our ability to live here, and it's time we left." He looked at her levelly, and he put on his calm, rational, explaining voice, the voice he used when he was going over something with one of the kids, or when they were in the middle of an argument and he really wanted to get her goat. Once again it worked perfectly. "I have put a lot of money into this house and into the cafe, and we will not be getting another lottery check until next summer," he said. We can get jobs," she interrupted him. "And in case you haven't noticed, your precious stage collapsed. It killed Deanna and 3 other people, and Paul has insurance," he said calmly. "Stop that," she told him. "Stop playing these fucking games and talk to me like an adult. We're not competing to see who wins this argument here. I'm telling you that we are going to sell this house and move." "And I'm telling you we're not." "Well, the kids and I are. Your mother too, probably. We're getting out of here. We're moving back to California." "No, we're not." His smile stopped her. There was something strained and artificial about it that frightened her. She was reminded suddenly of an old friend from college, Terry Yu, who for a brief period of time had been involved in an abusive relationship. Her boyfriend, Todd something or other, had hit her and beaten her, but Terry always gave the usual unprovable excuses that she'd tripped and fallen, hit her head on a piece of furniture, or twisted her arm on the stairs. One evening, however, they'd double-dated, gone to a Jethro Tull concert at the Forum, and in the parking lot afterward, Terry and Todd had gotten into some kind of argument. Todd had slapped her, and he would have done more had not Julia stepped between them and faced him down. His expression at that moment had been terrifying. He was smiling, yet filled with anger, filled with hate, and he looked at that precise second exactly like this. She stared at Gregory. He stared back. She knew they'd been drifting apart, but the thought came to her that they did not know each other at all. She had no idea who this man was anymore, and that frightened her more than she could say. Then the expression was gone from his face, and her feeling with it, and Gregory just seemed to deflate. The stubbornness was gone, the anger, the hatred, and she saw the fear beneath his bluster, the confusion and vulnerability behind his macho mask. She saw her husband again. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm sorry." There were tears pooling in his eyes, and for the first time she saw how hard all this had been on him. He was stressed out, too, and instinctively she reached over to him, put her arms around him, hugged him. They drifted so far apart that they'd been unable to read each other's moods. Maybe that was at the root of their problem, lack of communication. They were both the same people they'd always been. Neither of them had changed. And she thought that maybe their recent adversarial relationship had arisen from the strangeness of circumstance rather than any true differences between them. "I didn't mean for it to turn out this way." "I know," she told him. "I failed all of you. I didn't want to—" "Shh," she said. "Shh. It's all right." She held him, felt the familiar contours of his body beneath her fingers, the ridges of his collarbone, the muscles in his back, and for the first time in a long while she felt close to him, truly close to him. They were going to see this through, she thought. They were going to make it. They were going to survive. "I love you," she told him. "And you were going to leave me?" "I couldn't leave you." "Then give it one more chance," he said. "A month. And if things haven't changed, things haven't improved, we'll sell the house and move somewhere else. Back to Downey, wherever you want." She wanted to argue, knew that she should stick to her guns. This wasn't a problem between them, it was something else, something bigger, and the need to leave seemed imperative. It made no logical sense, but she felt as though the chance to move was a rare window of opportunity that was being offered them, a window that soon would close, and close forever. But he was asking her, begging her, pleading with her, and she owed him at least that much. It had been his dream to come here. It meant a lot to him, and it was only for a month. Besides, maybe she was overreacting, letting her emotions dictate her thoughts. "I swear. One thing more, and we're out of here, packed and gone. McQueen in our rearview mirror." There was something about his voice that rang false to her, and she had the sudden desire, the sudden need, to look at his face and see if the deception she thought she heard was really there. But he was still hugging her, holding her tight, his head on her shoulder, her head on his, and she decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. "All right," she said. "Okay. 1 month." 2. The cafe was closed, as it had been for the past 3 days. But Paul's car was parked in the alley, and Gregory used his own key to unlock the front door. He walked inside. "Paul?" There was no response. He shut the door behind him, looked around. Nothing had been touched since that night. Yellow police ribbons still circled the mangled mess of lights and rigging that littered the better part of the room. Even from here, Gregory could see dried bloodstains on the floor and on the smashed tables and chairs. He had not spoken to Paul since the funeral, and then it had been merely a generic "I'm sorry" that echoed the words of the people in line in front of him. He felt bad that he had not called, had not made more of an effort to be there for his friend. He'd sent a condolence card, but that was even more impersonal, and he knew he should have talked to Paul. But the truth was that he did not feel close enough to him to do that. Sure, they'd been hanging together for the past few months, but before that it had been nearly 20 years since he'd seen him, and Paul had to have friends who were closer to him than Gregory, had to have formed relationships with other people in the intervening years. Gregory felt strange being here alone like this. He should have called Odd first, brought him along. He had no idea what to say or do, but he'd already committed to this course of action, and again he called out, "Paul?" There was noise in the back. "It's Gregory." Paul emerged from the office area, looking bad. He obviously hadn't shaved since the funeral, and although he had changed out of his suit, his clothes were wrinkled, dirty, and disheveled. "What are you doing here?" Gregory shuffled his feet awkwardly. I came to find out how you were doing, see if you need any help with anything." How I'm doing? Paul strode across the floor toward him, fists clenched. "How the fuck do you think I'm doing? My wife is dead." Gregory licked his lips. "I thought you might need some help with the cleanup." "Cleanup? What am I supposed to clean up? This place is history. After the victims finish suing my ass, I'll be lucky to own the fucking clothes on my back." He shoved a finger in Gregory's chest. "I never would have done any of this if you hadn't bullied me into it." "Bullied you? You think I wanted to have concerts in my cafe? I never even thought of that before." Gregory felt himself being drawn into the argument. "You were complaining that you were barely making enough money to survive. I was just trying to help you out. You were on an ego trip. You were bored and rich and looking for something to do, and you thought you'd come over and lord it over the people you used to know. And now Deanna is dead because of it. Wait a minute. You never liked her anyway, did you? Are you happy now? Got what you wanted?" Gregory held up his hands. "Sorry," he said. "I just came by to see how you were. If you don't want me here, a little late for that, isn't it? I never wanted you here at all. And if I'd listened to what that little voice was telling me, my wife would be alive." Gregory felt his anger building. "It's not my fault. The rigging collapsed. It was an accident." "Accidents don't just happen." "Of course they happen. There's always a cause. And that's me. If the shoe fits, look, I don't want to fight. I know what you're going through. You have no idea what I'm going through." Gregory backed up. "Fine," he said. "Fine. I'm here if you need me. Give me a call if you want. But I think it's better if I leave you alone right now." "You're here if I need you? Where were you when I needed you to make sure your lights and sound system were safe enough not to kill people, huh? If you hadn't been too fucking cheap to get a professional to put it in, this never would have happened. You're the one who wanted Odd to handle it, and he failed. You and Odd are the ones who fucked up here. You killed my wife, and Irma Slater, and Houston Smith, and Lynette Daniels, and I'm going to sue your ass for everything you've got, you cock-sucking little milk-drinking faggot." Gregory pushed him. They hadn't had a physical altercation since they were little, since junior high, when Paul had gotten blamed after Gregory keyed the gym teacher's car. But they got into it now, escalating instantly from shoving to punching. They were both horrendously out of shape, but anger and adrenaline made up for lack of fitness and expertise, and the fight was vicious. There was no one else around. Neither of them was concerned with maintaining a manly facade, and they kicked and punched and pulled and grabbed in animalistic fury. Paul yanked Gregory's hair, pulled him forward, then punched him in the stomach, knocking him down. And though he could barely breathe, Gregory rolled out of the way before he ended up with a hard kick in the midsection. He staggered to his feet, faced Paul, and though he didn't want to think it, the thought arrived unbidden. "I wish I had my gun." Paul came at him again, and Gregory kicked out, the toe of his shoe connecting with his friend's gonads, and Paul fell to the floor, clutching his crotch, curling in on himself, whining in a high, dog-like squeal. A rectangle of light appeared, approached, and then overtook the two of them, and Gregory turned to see Winona opening the door. "What is going on here?" she said, looking around. Paul moaned, and Gregory stared at her dumbly. The teenager walked past him, and crouched down next to Paul. She looked up at Gregory disgustedly. "Haven't you done enough?" He backed toward the open door, letting his fists fall open. "You killed his wife. Now you want to kill him too?" "I didn't kill anybody," Gregory said. His voice sounded slurred, dumb, confused. "Just get out of here," Winona told him, helping Paul to his feet. He looked at the two of them, then turned and hurried out of the cafe. "You want to kill him too?" He had wanted to kill him, Gregory thought. If he had had his gun, he would have. And as he got into the van and drove away, he realized that he didn't feel ashamed about that at all. Chapter 17. 1. "Look!" Tom Paul looked. It was Jesus. The picture was grainy and smudged, like a textbook photo of the Shroud of Turin. The features of the face hinted at more by what was not clear than by what was. He picked up the sheet of paper, looked at the one beneath it. Same thing. Ditto for the one beneath that, and the one beneath that, and the one beneath that. All of the copies made on the machine were imprinted with the countenance of Christ. "This is a joke, right?" Tom Paul turned toward his assistant. Johnny shook his head, his eyes wide. "Well, what did you do?" "Nothing." Johnny's voice was high and nervous. "I just copied these articles for Mrs. Kness. She wanted 20 copies of each, one for each student in her class, and I put them through, had them collated, and this is what came out." He handed Tom Paul the originals, and Tom Paul sorted through the articles. Nothing out of the ordinary here. He opened the copier, checked the camera, checked the glass, even checked the ink and toner, though that could not possibly have a bearing on what had happened. Finally, he made a copy himself. Instead of a reproduced article on sea turtles, the photocopy showed the picture of Jesus. He replaced the paper in both trays, made several copies, varied the reproduction size, but the result was always the same. "Jesus," he breathed, and the exhalation was not one of identification or recognition. "What should we do?" Johnny asked. "Try doing these on the other machine, and get me something else to copy. We'll see if it's the articles or the machine." It was both. No matter who copied what or which machine they used, the result was always the same. Tom Paul was sweating, not only afraid, but frustrated. He didn't know if this was a miracle or a haunting. He didn't really care. He just wished it had happened to someone else. He had orders to complete here. The town hall's new budget book by Friday, Eb Reese's pharmacy calendars by Monday, not to mention all the piddly-ass little photocopies that they were given each day, wills and tax forms, letters and checks. "You think Christ's trying to tell us something?" Johnny asked. Tom Paul looked at him. "Just shut the fuck up." He unplugged both machines, plugged them in again, used Windex to wipe the glass, then, as an experiment, took one of the first Jesus pictures and tried to make a copy of it. This time, the result was a little bit different. He and Johnny stared at the legal-sized paper. In this one, Jesus was smiling, and there was a little cartoon speech bubble like the ones in comic books coming out from his mouth. "The Molokans killed me," Jesus was saying. Johnny read the words. "You think that's true?" he asked, his voice hushed. Tom Paul shook his head slowly, wiped the sweat from his forehead with a paper towel. "Who knows anymore?" he said, staring at the image. "Who the hell knows?" "You think we should tell someone?" "Not yet," he said, and he took the picture with the cartoon bubble, placed it on the glass, and hit the copy button on the machine. 2. "Madame." Babunya's voice sounded tired, and he looked up from his comic book to see her standing in his doorway. "Yeah? What are you doing? Reading?" You are very quiet. She walked into his room, looking around at the mess. It was the first time she'd come in here since they'd moved into the house, and he wondered what the reason was for her visit now. How are you? He looked at his grandmother and realized that he'd been avoiding her. He'd always been close to her, and they'd talked a lot when they'd first moved here, but in the weeks and months since, he'd made an effort to stay away from her, although it was not something he had even recognized until now. The banya. It was the banya that had come between them. He hadn't liked lying about going there, and it had been easier just staying away from her. Even after he had stopped sneaking over to the bathhouse, he'd found himself avoiding his grandmother. Why, he wondered. He could not really say. She had obviously noticed, and he assumed that she was now attempting to cross that breach, to break down that wall. He wanted to be able to meet her halfway, to be as close to her as he had been before, but he felt himself stiffen as she approached. Part of him wanted her out of his room, wanted to guard the secrecy he'd been cultivating. Why? He wondered again. Once more, he did not know. I'm fine, he said rather formally, in answer to her question. She walked over, smiling, intending to sit down next to him, but she stopped just before reaching the bed, focusing on something to the left of him, on the floor. Frowning, she reached down, picked up Sasha's panties from the space beneath the box springs where he'd shoved them. She looked at him evenly, and he wanted to protest that he didn't know what they were, didn't know how they'd gotten here, but he found himself turning away under her strong gaze, and though he opened his mouth to speak, no words came out. She slipped the panties in the pocket of her housecoat and sat down next to him. It's not your fault, Babunya said softly, putting an arm around his shoulder. You good boy. I know that. You always good boy. You were born with happy face. The first time I saw you in the hospital, I saw you had happy face. Sasha and Theo, they don't have happy face like you. I know, this not your fault. He was crying, though he didn't want to, and could not remember the last time he had done so. And he hugged Babunya, filled with guilt and a deep, humiliating shame. At the same time, he felt liberated, as if he'd been keeping a secret for a long, long time that he had finally been allowed to tell. He thought of the banya, thought of the spot above the highway where they'd been arrested. He wiped his eyes. What's happening? He asked. Evil, she said, and the word, spoken so plainly and straightforwardly, made the hair on his arms bristle. He licked his lips. The banya, he whispered. She sighed. Evil always comes back. The devil work in many ways. Even good people influenced by evil. That what happened to you. That is why you throw rocks at cars, and... She glanced down at her housecoat pocket, looked quickly away. I didn't mean to, he said. I don't even know why I did it. I know. She squeezed his shoulder, looking at nothing, thinking to herself. I know, she repeated absently. I thought you said we had guardian angels, that they would protect us. She looked at him, nodded solemnly. That true. We all have them. But they only protect from earthly thing, not protect from evil spirit. That word again. Evil. Our house is haunted, isn't it? Perhaps. People were murdered here before, you know. My friend Scott said that the dad murdered his whole family. Maybe it's their ghosts that are... He trailed off. That are what? He did not know how to complete the sentence. Everything that scared him, everything that had happened, was vague, unspecific, feelings and impressions more than concrete events. Except for the stuff occurring around town, the murders, the deaths, the cactus baby, the animal attack on Teo's school. Those things couldn't have been caused by something in their house, could they? "Is not ghost from house," Babunya said. "Not just ghosts," she amended. "There are many spirits in town. We pray at church and try to get rid of them, but too many here." Her voice lowered. "Devil send them." Goosebumps pimpled his skin. Babunya stared at the wall, at nothing, and when she spoke again, it sounded almost as though she was talking to herself rather than to him. "Spirits here, but they are uninvited." Her voice sounded uncertain, as if that was something she did not entirely believe. Adam felt cold. Uninvited. He'd heard that before, and he looked at her. He took a deep breath. "The Indians think the same thing. My friend Dan says that they call them uninvited guests. They have some Indian word for it." "Uninvited guests." She repeated the words as if trying them out. "Uninvited guests." She nodded slowly. "Dan's people very wise. Maybe we should talk to them? Maybe they know what to do." "We know too. Malakans know better. But evil happened here long time ago, and evil attracted here now. That's what he said. He said it was the mine. It's not mine." She closed her eyes, breathed deeply. "Sometimes evil want to come back, but cannot because everything protected. But sometimes it find a way, a crack to sneak through." She was silent for a moment, and when she spoke again, her voice was barely above a whisper. "This time I make that crack." She looked at the wall again, but Adam knew she was seeing something else. He was frightened, had no idea what she was talking about, had a million questions, but he sensed that this was a time to keep quiet, and so he said nothing. She would explain, he knew, in her own time. She sighed. "It because of who I forget to invite, that other spirits invite themselves." Adam thought of Rumpelstiltskin. "Yedushka di Muvedushka?" She nodded. "Yedushka di Muvedushka. I don't realize it until now. A month ago, I went to his church to see Prophet. Malakan Prophet, very wise man, holy man. He lives in cave in desert. We asked him what's wrong, and he said, town in danger. He told me it is my fault." She pointed to her head. "Told me here, not with words. I don't want to believe him, but I think it might be true. I think about Yedushka di Mavedishka, but I still don't see how it is possible. Now God let me see. We move to a house where evil things happen, have no protection, no Yedushka di Mavedushka, and that allow evil to grow, get stronger. Once stronger, it spreads. Others come." "Uninvited guests, yes," she said, nodding. "Yedushka di Muvedushka." The idea of a little invisible man, a supernatural being living with them in their house, had frightened him at first, and though he had not exactly believed it, he had been glad they'd forgotten to invite the creature to come with them from California. He didn't like the thought of some spirit watching them, monitoring them, keeping tabs on them in the privacy of their own house. If there was such a thing, he was glad they'd left it behind. Now, though, he had changed his tune. The idea of an owner of the house, an invisible being watching over them and watching out for them, no longer seemed so far-fetched. It was the same basic premise as a guardian angel. So maybe there was something to it. All legends were supposed to start with a grain of truth. And other cultures had stories of little men as well, like the leprechauns in Ireland, the trolls and elves in other countries' fairy tales. Perhaps there was some basis, in fact, to this. Perhaps there were little people with magical powers, and different countries called them different things. And at this point, the thought of a little guy staying awake at night while they were asleep, battling evil, unseen enemies, was a comforting one. But had everything in town, all of the deaths and hauntings and craziness, started because his family had forgotten to invite Yedushka di Muvedushka to come with them from California and move into their new house? Had everything begun at this home? It was hard to believe, but it was not impossible. Scott had told him that the entire town was haunted, and perhaps it was. But everything had apparently remained dormant until they'd arrived, a fact that quite a few people had noticed. He didn't want to blame Babunya, but he did. She obviously blamed herself as well, and part of him thought, good. But his parents had known about this custom as well, and he would have known about it had his mom and dad not tried so hard to keep them all away from Russian things, from their own culture. They were all at fault. They were all responsible, and maybe they were all being punished for it. Maybe they deserved to die. He had a sudden clear image of the banya, of bringing his family into it, like an executioner leading condemned prisoners into a gas chamber. Was it his brain coming up with this? Or was he being influenced by something else? Was this what Babunya had been talking about? He didn't want to think about it. His head hurt, and he pushed the thought away, forcing himself to see it for what it was. Evil. He looked at Babunya. Did you tell Mom and Dad? No, she said carefully. Why? Because your father, I think... She shook her head, looking concerned. And Adam felt scared. She was talking to him seriously, he sensed, like an adult instead of like a child. And while that was frightening enough, her hesitancy and confusion invested it with a dread that went even deeper. He thought of the banya again, and he knew that he had to confess. I went back to the banya, he blurted out. I haven't been there in a while. But I went back a whole bunch of times after you told me not to, and I even took my friends there, and they're the same friends who were throwing rocks at cars with me. He was on the verge of crying again, and he stopped, looked at her, tried to gather his composure. Maybe it affected me, he said. Us. Maybe we're all, like, contaminated or something. He wished he spoke Russian, or wished she spoke better English. This was something that it seemed important to communicate clearly, and he was not sure he could make his grandmother understand what he wanted her to understand. She seemed to, though, and she nodded solemnly and touched his shoulder. Yes, she said. The banya is bad place. But you stopped going there, no? A while ago? I got scared, but my friend Scott went back and tried to take pictures, and the pictures had ghosts on them. He stopped too? We all did. We all got scared. Good. She nodded. That good. If you can stop, it is all right. His head was still pounding. It was as if his brain was being squeezed, as if he was connected to some remote control, and someone was cranking up the pain volume every time he tried to talk. I saw a Russian spoon up there, he said, where we were throwing rocks. on that little ledge. It was spooky, and there was like this little cave, and it reminded me of the banya." "Spooky," Babunya repeated, still nodding, thinking, "I want to tell Mom and Dad. I think we should tell them." "No." "Why not? Maybe they can—" "No," she repeated. "Wait." "Why? Wait for what? Things to get worse?" "Remember what happened to our family in this house? Father kill his children." She looked at him, and he was suddenly filled with a knowledge he did not want to have. He knew what she was saying, and he could see the image in his mind, but he shook his head vehemently. "No, that couldn't happen." "Even good people influenced by evil. Evil always come back." She nodded slowly, as if agreeing with him, but he knew she didn't agree at all, and he wondered what she was thinking, what she knew. Maybe she was like a witch, he thought. Maybe she was psychic. Maybe she could see the future. The idea should have made him more afraid of his grandmother, but for some reason it didn't. It made him feel safer, more secure, except when he thought about his father. A look passed between them. "Okay," he said. "I won't say anything." Babunya smiled absently, patted his head. "You good boy. That why you have happy face." She was obviously distracted, obviously thinking about something she did not plan to share with him, and for that he was grateful. She had shared too much already. He didn't like this adult talk, didn't like being trusted with knowledge he should not have to know, secrets he should not have to keep. He'd been eager to grow up, but he was eager no longer. He wanted to be able to be just a kid again, not to have to think about any problem other than his own, to let adults do all the worrying and thinking. She stood, holding her back and letting out a small "Oi." She looked down at him. "Stay here," she said. "Be nice to your father, but be careful. Make sure Theo be careful too. Try to obey everything he says." Adam felt something close to panic. "Why? Where are you going? Aren't you going to be here?" "Church. I will be back soon, before dark." "Babunya!" The urge to cry had returned. "I will be back soon." She said some sort of prayer in Russian, smiled at him, and his headache seemed to fade away. "Be good," she told him, and kissed his forehead before she turned to leave. He had been forbidden to contact Scott or Dan since the arrest, had seen them only in school, and even there paranoia had severely inhibited their conversations. It had been a tough 2 weeks. He could not leave the house on his own, could not go anywhere except school, could not stay after school for any reason, and he'd had a difficult time adjusting. He knew he'd been in the wrong, though, and he'd obeyed his parents' orders, spending his time reading, watching TV, doing his homework, writing letters to Roberto, even playing games with Theo. But this was too big, too important. He had to break the prohibition. When he knew everyone else was occupied, Sasha gone, Theo outside playing, his parents busy, Babunya back at church, he sneaked surreptitiously out to the phone in his parents' bedroom and gave Dan a quick call. Dan's mother answered. "Hello." "May I speak to Dan?" He was whispering. He didn't want to get caught, and Dan's mother was immediately suspicious. "Who is this?" He thought quick. "Robert, from Dan's English class. I have laryngitis, and I'm calling to ask about homework." "Oh," she said. "Just a minute." He heard her call for Dan, and a minute later his friend came on the phone. "Robert?" He sounded suspicious, too. There was no Robert in their English class. "It's me, Adam." Is your mom still there? No. I'll talk fast. He explained about the meeting with his grandmother, gave a quick thumbnail sketch of Yadushka di Muvedushka, told him his grandmother and the other Malakans thought that was the source of everything that was happening around town. Even us, he said. Remember that Russian spoon? That's why we were up there. That's not why we were up there, Dan said. Well, maybe not, but you know what I'm saying? And get this? She says these spirits, or whatever they are uninvited. That's the word she used. Uninvited. Not way, Dan breathed. That's exactly what I told her. And she went off to her church right away. I guess they're going to try something. But I thought you should know, too. He thought once more about how long Dan's people had been here, how old they were. A shiver passed through him. I thought you guys might know what to do. I thought you might have some kind of ritual or something that might work better. I'll talk to my father, Dan said. He's not too thrilled with me right now, but I think he'll listen. There was a pause. This is serious, isn't it? I think so. My grandma seems to think so. We should have said something earlier. We shouldn't have waited so long. Adam heard a noise in the hallway, and he quickly hung up, ducking into his parents' bathroom and flushing the toilet, then walking out, pretending to buckle his pants. His father walked into the bedroom, and there was something weird about him, something strange. Adam was grateful that the toilet was still running. He tried to think of some reason why he'd come in here instead of going to the other bathroom, but his father did not seem to be interested or care. He walked past Adam and lay down on the bed, closing his eyes and laying a hand over his forehead as though he had a headache. It was weird and spooky, and he thought of what Babunya had said. Remember what happened to other family in this house? And hurried out of his parents' bedroom back to his own. He hadn't even had time to say goodbye to Dan, he thought. Somehow that bothered him. 3. It had come to Agafia in Adam's bedroom, when she'd seen his sister's underwear wadded up beneath his bed. She had tried to remain calm for his sake, but inside she was in turmoil, filled with the sudden realization that the evil forces in this town were not just growing stronger and randomly killing people, but were proceeding along other, quieter, more subtle lines as well. And when he told her he'd gone back to the banya, told her of the spoon on the ledge, she understood the extent of the influence. They were all at risk, every one of them, her family, her friends, the Malakans, everyone in town, not just from without, but from within. Suddenly it had all become clear, and she understood what the prophet had tried to tell her. It was the fact that they had not invited the owner of the house that had led to this, that was the source of these murders and manifestations. That one breach had allowed spirits to gain a foothold here in town, had taken the lid off the pressure cooker. As Adam said, this was a bad house to begin with, home to evil of its own, and evil was like a magnet for other evil. Evil always comes back. Now spirits were overrunning McGuane, growing ever more powerful, and their house was at the center of it. She had blessed the home many times, every time she walked into it, in fact, but that sort of mild defense did not make up for the lack of strong permanent protection, and she had allowed her reliance on habit to blind her to what was really going on. She had assumed that their house was safe because she was blessing it, while the truth was that it was being invaded under her watch. It explained why none of the cleansings had taken, why none of the rituals had worked. Their focus had been misdirected. They had concentrated their prayers and energies on the church because that was where Jim had been killed, but they should have been focused on this house. Perhaps they could have stopped it earlier. No matter. They would stop it now. She phoned Vera, told her to call the others immediately and gather them together. She didn't say why, didn't say what the hurry was, but she told Vera she would meet them at the church, and she made it clear that it was important. She did not want to speak in this house, did not want to reveal too much in case something was watching, listening. She knew the church was clean, and she thought it best to discuss things there. On the other end of the line, Vera seemed strange, distant, but she agreed to call the others and meet. Agafia changed into a Russian dress, put on her white sneakers, and went into the dining room for her Bible. Gregory and Julia were both at home, and she could have asked one of them to take her downtown in the van, but she was wary of involving them. She had spoken to Adam, and she would talk to Theo, but Sasha and her parents were out. They were too old. There was a possibility of corruption, and while it was not their fault, she knew she could no longer trust them. Not until this was over. Agafia thought of the prophet's bony arm, wiping out the small town on the sandy floor of the cave. She could not allow herself to think about that. She had to concentrate on what needed to be done now, and she quickly called Vera back, but the line was busy, so she dialed Simeon's number. No one answered. She made several phone calls, calling everyone in the church for whom she had a number, dialing Vera's number in between each, but she could not get hold of anyone, and she made the decision to walk. It was foolish, perhaps, but it felt right, and putting on her jacket, clutching her Bible, she sneaked out of the house and hurried up the drive, praying she would not hear Gregory's or Julia's voice behind her. She headed for the church. It was a long walk. She tired easily these days, and ordinarily she would have had to sit down and rest every so often, but the brisk air and pumping adrenaline gave her the sort of strength she had not had in years, and while she did not speed down to the church, she was able to make good time. She remembered when she was younger and walked to the church all the time, when she and John and Gregory would get dressed up and all walk, and she found herself thinking that the years sped by far too fast, that life was too short. It took only 15 minutes for her to reach the street on which the church was located, and her step, which had been flagging, picked up as she hurried along the side of the road. She did not see the building until she was nearly upon it. The bulk of the variety store blocked it from view, but as soon as she reached the vacant lot next to the church, she stopped dead in her tracks, her heart lurching painfully in her chest and causing her to gasp. The church was covered with hair. Not all of the other Malakans had arrived yet, but several of them had, and they were standing in the dirt parking lot, staring at the building. She hurried past the vacant lot, over to them. Thick black hair had grown out from every inch of wood wall and stone step and shake roof, straight and shiny and several feet long. The church resembled nothing so much as some sort of fantastic beast from a children's fairy tale, but there was no sense of the benign magic so common to children's stories. This was wrong. This was evil, and it had been created not to amuse or inspire awe, but to terrify. Agafia had never seen such a thing before, and it was the absurd incongruity of the sight that made it so frightening. There was a cool, dry breeze blowing through the canyon, and the light wind caused the hair to waft left on unseen currents, waving slightly, and giving the church beneath it the appearance of movement. When had it happened? Last night? This morning? Had it occurred as these things usually did, under the cover of darkness when no one was looking? Or had someone seen it? She imagined the transformation, the hair appearing, coming in, the church building suddenly growing darker, as though a shadow was passing over it, until the hair grew long enough to see, and it became clear to anyone viewing the sight what it was. Did this have any meaning, she wondered? And what was the significance of hair? She didn't know, but she walked onto the church property feeling cowed and intimidated, certain that this bizarre desecration had somehow been meant as a warning to her. Vera turned in her direction as she walked over. "It is you," she said quietly. "You are the one who has brought this upon us. But it is your fault, this, everything." She understood now Vera's diffidence over the phone, and she shook her head. "No. Last night I dreamed of the prophet. He told me." "What did he tell you?" "He told me you had been influenced. He said you must be cast out." Vera looked at her evenly. "He said this is your fault. It is all your fault." She wanted to explain that it was her fault, that she had forgotten to invite the owner of the house, and that it was from that everything else had sprung. But she knew that at this point Vera would not listen to her. The other woman was fixated on her dream. She believed it utterly, and nothing anyone could say would dissuade her. "Pray for me," Agafia challenged her. "It is too late for that." Vera turned away. "Leave. This is no longer your church." Pacifism or no pacifism, she heard hatred in Vera's voice, hatred and fear, and she could sense the threat of violence just below the surface. Agafia turned away, feeling frustrated and frightened, not knowing what to do. Other people were stopping, drivers on the street breaking to a halt so they could look at the transformed building. A crowd was gathering. She looked again at the church, and this time she saw it in a different light. She'd been thinking of this as a religious occurrence, an act of defiance against God, but now she saw it as vandalism. That was why the hair made no sense, she realized. Like everyone else, she had been thinking in biblical terms, trying to equate what was happening to the words and prophecies in the Bible. But this had nothing to do with that. This was not sacred. It was secular. A hand touched her shoulder, and she whirled around. It was Simeon. He'd obviously been standing nearby, listening to her and Vera, and he was offering his support. "I do not believe it," he said. He smiled. "I know you, Agafia." She smiled back, took his hand, gave it a small squeeze of gratitude, but the expressions on the faces of the others were hard and harsh, judgmental and unyielding. She pulled him aside, walked with him out toward the street. "Listen," she said, quietly but earnestly. "We need Vasily. Someone needs to get him and bring him here. Our cleansings are nothing. A squirt of water and a pile of dirt. There are many entities. They are invading McQueen, and there are more all the time. Nikolai knows nothing about this, and even Vera is in over her head. Maybe the prophet has some idea of what we can do to stop it." "It wasn't much help last time." "Prophets only know what God wants them to know, and only when God wants them to know it. Vasily has no control over what is revealed to him, and perhaps he has had some revelations since that will let us know what to do." She paused. "Besides, God may have nothing to do with this." She saw the look on his face, and she stopped him before he could start. "We don't have time," she said. "But this has nothing to do with prayers or God or Jesus Christ. It has to do with Yedushka di Muvedushka." He frowned. "That's just a tradition, a superstition." "It is not," she said fiercely. "My father saw him, and I'm sure you know plenty of other people who have too. And you and your family have always invited him when you moved, haven't you? Simeon nodded a reluctant acknowledgement. So you believe? Don't tell me you don't. He was interested now. She took a deep breath. I forgot to invite him when we moved here. I cannot go into the details now, but I'm as sure as you know that left our house unprotected. And you know which house that is. You know what happened there. He swallowed, nodded. The Megan house. That is where it started. It grew from that. She took his right hand in hers, looked into his eyes. You see what I mean? This may have nothing to do with church. The way it started might have nothing to do with the church, but the spirits that have come in, the evil that has come in since your house was unprotected. That's why I hope the church can help stop it. I don't have any other ideas. So get the prophet. Tell him. Maybe he will know what to do. I will, Simeon promised. Vera will not listen to me, and that means Nikolai will not listen to me. But you talk to them. You make them know what is behind all this, what started it. And make sure someone brings the prophet here. He may not come. At least talk to him. Tell him what is happening. See if he knows what to do. The others were staring at them, and Agafia released him, used her left hand to help hold up the Bible sagging in her right. Go, she said. Talk to them. Tell them. He nodded, backed away. I believe you, he said. She smiled her thanks. It was getting near dusk, and the air was growing even colder. The others obviously had something planned, and she hoped they'd at least called in someone else for whatever ritual it was. She doubted it would work, but there needed to be 10 of them, just in case. They were staring at her, waiting for her to leave, and so, clutching her Bible, Agafia turned and walked through the long shadows of downtown, back toward home. Only she didn't get that far. She was in front of the hardware store, standing on the corner, looking both ways, when to her right she saw a small, dark figure crossing the road, a little man with a beard, and her heart jumped. Yadushka Dimuvedushka. She had never seen him before, but she recognized him instantly. There was about the small man an air of the unearthly. Something about him bespoke an unnatural origin, and though he appeared calm and benign, she was seized with fear at the sight of him. When Father had seen the owner of the house back in Mexico, it had been accidental, pure luck, and it, too, had been right around sundown. Father had never been sure whether it was the special qualities of the light which had given him that glimpse of the little man, the fact that it was the time halfway between day and night, or whether the owner of the house had allowed him a glimpse. But he had never doubted what he'd seen, and neither had anyone else in the family. Agafia understood why. There was something so there about the man, something so substantial about his presence, that he seemed in a way more real than his surroundings. It was that observation which made her think he wanted her to see him. But whose owner was he, she wondered? Where had he come from? And why was he trying to communicate with her? He turned, smiled, beckoned. She followed him to Russian Town. She remained far behind, ready to run at any moment, though she doubted she could actually escape him. He did not appear to be after her, made no effort to chase her, and though she was cold and tired and winded, she followed him through empty alleys and empty streets, along a route that seemed specifically designed to avoid contact with anyone else, until they were halfway up the canyon and in the ruins of Russian Town. She could not recall the last time she'd been here, but she remembered the layout perfectly, and she knew even before they reached their destination where he was leading her and what he wanted her to see. The small man passed through a yard of overgrown dead weeds higher than his head, then climbed up the rickety remnants of wooden steps to a doorway. The doorway of their old home. She stood before the ruins of the house, the memories of that last day and night flooding over her. She'd vowed never to return, had promised herself she would not come back to this spot, but here she was, and she faced the past boldly, unflinchingly, something which would not have been possible even a week ago, but was absolutely necessary now. She remembered what happened, remembered what they'd done. It had been during the Copper Days celebration. Back then the event had not drawn tourists and people from outside. It had been a local celebration, a miners' holiday. Only there weren't many miners anymore. The mine was closed. It had been closed since before the first Malacan had moved here. But that did not stop some of the more belligerent unemployed mine workers from using them as scapegoats. They didn't blame Malacans for the fact that the pit had run dry, or the fact that the mining company found it cheaper to move on rather than attempt to extract copper from the remaining low-grade ore. They blamed Malacans for the fact that they were no longer working. The Malacan farm was doing well, and that helped to focus their anger, provided them with a contrast between the Russian community's growing success and their own falling fortunes. Some of that hatred was directed at the Mormons as well, who were also surviving, if not thriving, during those tough economic times, and who had stores of extra food in their homes and in the church. But it was the Malacans who bore the brunt of the resentment. They were foreigners. They talked funny, they dressed funny, and they didn't even believe in war. They wanted to live in this country, but they didn't want to fight for it, and that enraged many of the townspeople. The seeds for what happened Saturday night had been sown Friday evening, during the first day of the celebration, when one of the bars had offered free drinks to all ex-miners. The First World War had just ended the year before, and the bar owner got up on his soapbox and started lecturing about what he'd seen in Europe and how important it was that every man be willing to fight when his country called him. The combination of alcohol, miners, and the subject of war had of course led to long, drunken diatribes against the Malacans and their anti-American way of life. The horde of miners had slept it off Saturday morning for the most part, and roused themselves for the fair in the afternoon. But by Saturday night they were at it again, paying for their own drinks this time, and angry about that as well. This crowd was bigger, not the whole town by any means, but a significant minority, and they added to their numbers as they barnstormed through the area, trying to drum up enough people to take some action, adopting a "you're either with us or against us" tack that intimidated a lot of fence-sitters into joining them. Agafia remembered the first smell of smoke, remembered seeing the orange glow from the top of the plateau as the Malacan fields were set on fire. She remembered after that how the drunken miners and their supporters had come after their homes. And she remembered what they'd done in retaliation. It was something they'd never spoken of since, something she never thought about and had almost convinced herself hadn't happened. But it had. Russian Town had been destroyed that night. There'd been no real plot or plan. There was nothing organized or thought out. Roving gangs of angry, intoxicated citizens, true believers, and the sheep who succumbed to mob-think, drove, walked, stormed through Russian Town, wanting to lash out, wanting to cause harm, and doing so. There had been beatings and assaults as well as property damage. 3 women had been raped, 2 of them in front of their husbands. Her own uncle had been hanged by the miners, tied up and dragged downtown by the mob at the height of the frenzy. strung up on the cottonwood tree in the park. And it was after his murder, after seeing the suddenly lifeless body of a man who'd been alive only seconds before, that the riot, or whatever it was, ended, that the crowd, now cowed and silent, dispersed and went home, leaving rubble and broken lives in their wake. They had watched the hanging from out in the street, her entire family, and though she had wanted to look away, she had not, nor had her mother made her. The faces of the men who performed the act, who committed the murder, were seared into her memory. She knew they would never be caught or tried or prosecuted, not in this town, but she committed their faces to memory anyway. Russian Town had burned to the ground, and the few buildings that were not burned had been looted and torn apart. Her family and John's and Simeon's and Vera's and Alexander's had been the hardest hit, and someone, she could not remember who, had told them that night, as they were nursing their wounds and surveying the damage and mourning the dead, as the fire wagons attempted to put out the fires so they would not spread to the rest of McWayne, that there was a way to get back at those who had perpetrated this wrong, that there was a way to exact revenge. If it had been an hour earlier or an hour later, perhaps they would not have followed through, would not have allowed themselves to be led in this direction. But passions were high, and word spread quickly among the battered and displaced populace of Russian Town that they had recourse, that there was something that could be done to get back at the people who had destroyed their homes and lives. They gathered together with a man she did not know, crouching in front of a fire next to a banya. The mood had been somber and secretive, and they had called forth a spirit from the forbidden texts of a prophet whose very name had been expunged from Malakan records and history. The prophet's words had been saved, passed down haphazardly here and there by outsiders and malcontents, Malakans who weren't really part of the church or the community, and though the existence of the words was known, it was not tacitly acknowledged. Someone had found them, though. Someone knew them. And after all these miles and all these years, the worst of them were spoken. Jim had already been assisting Pavel Dolgov, their minister at the time, and it was Jim and the minister alone who had argued against revenge, who had told them in no uncertain terms that they were treading on the province of God. "Vengeance is mine, said the Lord," the minister kept repeating, and he ran down a litany of the ills that had befallen those who had gone outside the words of the Bible for comfort or satisfaction, who had trusted not in the Lord, but in their own basest instincts. They would pay dearly for this sacrilege, he told them. The warnings were ignored, however. The forbidden words were spoken, and it had come out of the fire, a blackened thing of charcoal and ash, a creature of death that bowed before them and waited for their orders, willing to do their bidding. Names had been shouted, the names of those who had inflicted the damage, the names of those who had accompanied the murders and egged them on. The creature disappeared into the shadows, and those men had died, and their wives had died, and their children had died. Horribly. It had been a betrayal of their Malakan beliefs and their covenant with God, this summoning, this intervention from the spirit world. They knew that almost immediately, knew that the minister was right, that they had done wrong. There'd been no satisfaction in the deaths of their tormentors, no sense of rightness or justice, only grief and despair and the guilt of the wicked. But afterward they'd told themselves that something good had come out of it, because it had reinforced their faith, had brought them back spiritually to where they were supposed to be. They had sinned, they all knew it, and they had rededicated themselves to God and the Malakan life. The demon had died after performing its assigned duty. It had been created out of hate and magic for one thing and one thing only, and when that was done, it had dissolved into nothingness, its life extinguished with the death of its purpose. Perhaps that had been the true start of it, Agafia thought now. Perhaps that was why she and the Molokans were being targeted. They were being punished for what they had done in the past. Judgment had finally found them. Her unprotected opening had allowed the natural workings of supernatural events to resume, had allowed impulses and forces that had been blocked and damned for all these years finally to take their course. Did that mean there was nothing they could do to stop it? No. She did not believe that. God would not let such a thing happen, and God would not allow the innocent to suffer. The children, like Sasha and Adam and Teo, the people who had moved into town since those days, none of them had had anything to do with the events of that time, and God would not turn his back on them. But were any of them really innocent? She recalled the look in her future husband's eyes when he had helped to call forth the death spirit that night, and she remembered that there was something in the fierceness and determination of his expression that had appealed to her, that had drawn her to him. While she had not exactly been waffling in her commitment to him, it was that as much as anything else that had cemented her resolve to be his wife. The sins of the father were visited upon the sons, she thought. Ifor always comes back. No, she thought, God would not allow it. He would not stand by while the innocent were taken. Jim had been innocent, though. He had fought against the summoning of the spirit. He had not taken part in any of it, and he had been killed. Evil did not play by God's rules, and evil always came back. In the doorway of what was left of her old house, Yadushka di Muvedushka turned, looked at her. His face was middle-aged, but his eyes were ancient. He smiled, beckoned, but she refused to follow him any farther and would not walk into the house. Whose owner was he, she wondered again. Someone's who had been left behind when Russian town had been abandoned. She remembered father inviting Yadushka di Muvedushka to come with them when they moved, and she remembered even on that terrible morning the kids laughingly making room for him on the buggy, though they could not see anything there. No, this one was not theirs. Still smiling at her, the little man walked into the open entrance of her old house and promptly disappeared into the shadows. She dreamed that night of the Pra-Rock. She was back in the cave, and she was alone with him. He looked up from his fire at her and grinned, and she turned away, wanting to leave, but the bones had blocked the path, and she was barefoot. He cackled, and she saw that he no longer had his unnaturally white teeth. His teeth were rotted, blackened stumps. He reached out an arm and wiped out the town he had rebuilt in the sand. "It's here," he said in English, and his voice was Gregory's voice. "It's time." 4. Gregory met Odd at the bar. Paul had severed ties with the handyman as well as himself, and the two of them had spent the past several days commiserating about it, feeling sorry for themselves, drinking away their troubles. It was clear to Gregory that the bartender didn't like him, that the man was one of those ignorant yokels who bought into that bullshit rumor that he and his family had brought bad luck or evil or whatever it was to McWayne. But as usual, beliefs took a back seat to Buck's, and since he and Odd were the bar's most loyal customers, the man put his personal feelings aside and served them. He didn't participate in the conversations, though, and he kept a wary, careful distance. He was listening, however. He kept his ears open, and he kept track of what was said and who said it, in case he needed the information in the future. That ticked Gregory off. It was one of many things that ticked him off. There was nothing he could do about any of it now, but he, like the bartender, was keeping track, keeping score, and one of these days he was going to tally everything up and the bill was going to come due. Gregory finished his beer, motioned for another. The headaches had been really bad the past few days, much worse than usual, and he'd considered going to a doctor. Aspirin and Tylenol did no good, and it occurred to him that perhaps he had something serious, like a brain tumor. Drinking took away the pain, though, and for the moment that was his medicine of choice. The bartender brought him a beer, and Gregory nodded his thanks, smiling unctuously. The bartender ignored him and went back to the other end of the bar, where he was pretending to dry shot glasses. Gregory raised the mug to his lips, took a long, cool drink, then stared down at the dark wood countertop. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He and Julia had made up, or had pretended to make up, but for some reason he'd been avoiding her ever since. It was as if her capitulation had somehow tainted her in his eyes, and if he had found himself too often angry with her before, now he was simply disgusted. He had no respect for her whatsoever. In fact, it was hard to remember what had once convinced him to marry her. He didn't want to go home tonight, and he realized that he was drunk when he found himself trying to concentrate non-existent psychic powers on Odd in order to get his friend to invite him over to his place. He kept repeating the same phrase over and over again in his mind, concentrating so hard that he gave himself a headache. "Invite me to sleep at your house. Invite me to sleep at your house." Finally, he gave it up and just came right out and asked. "Julia kicked me out," he lied. "You know some place I could stay the night until things cool off?" Odd squinted at him. "What are you talking about? A separation?" No, just for the night. Just this one time." "Hell," Odd said. "Lurleen and I'd love to have you over." That was what he'd been fishing for. "Thanks," Gregory told him. "You're a real pal." The old man grinned. "At least you got one left." Gregory nodded. He wasn't sure why he did not want to go home, and he didn't know why he wouldn't just go to a hotel if his goal was merely to stay away. But this was what felt right, and he was glad that Odd had invited him over. Or else he would have had to kill him. Where'd that thought come from? Gregory didn't know, but it frightened him, and he pushed the mug away, declining to finish the last half of his beer. "I'm ready to go," he said. "Let's get out of here." They were both too drunk to drive, and so they walked through town, ignoring the hostile stares of the passers-by. Odd had said before that things had turned nasty, and he was right. There was a feeling of tension in town, tension combined with a wild unpredictability that reminded Gregory of the mood in Los Angeles just before the riots. He thought of his father, wondered what his father would think of this. Odd lived in a run-down one-story wood-frame house just behind the business district. He hadn't kept up maintenance on the house, ironic for a handyman, but the yard was carefully landscaped, and rare for this town, sported 2 tall citrus trees and a full lawn. The old man pointed proudly at his grass. "Lurleen refused to live in a house without a lawn. Water bills cost me an arm and a leg, but it looks good, if I do say so my damn self." Gregory nodded his agreement, and the two of them walked up the porch steps into the house. "Hun?" Odd called. There was no answer. "Probably in the kitchen." Odd led the way through the rather shabby living room, opening the swinging door that led to the kitchen. Odd's face lit up. "Gregory," he said, turning around proudly, "this here's my wife." In the center of the kitchen was a cow, a heifer, Gregory stared in horror at the animal, which stood in the middle of the room placidly chewing its cud. There was a bale of hay on the floor next to the refrigerator, and dirty hoof marks marred the yellowed linoleum. Odd kissed the cow on the mouth, and Gregory could see through the gap between their ill-fitting lips, his tongue caressing hers. Through the fog of alcohol, through the headache that still lay somewhere beneath that, a rational part of his brain was telling him that this was not right, that there was something wrong here, that whatever had led his friend to do this was dangerous, and he should get the hell away from here as quickly as possible. But amazingly, incredibly, he was already rationalizing it, and whatever protests had been forming in his mind were quickly squelched. Love was blind, Gregory told himself. And if he could marry an outsider like Andrea, well, Odd could marry a cow. Who was he to pass judgment on someone else's private life? Again there was a nagging hint of disagreement from somewhere deep within his brain, but that faded into nothingness. Gregory walked over to the opposite side of the kitchen, slumped down in the breakfast nook, and smiled at his friend. "What's for dinner?" he asked. 5. Julia was frightened. Gregory had not come home last night, and his mother had been upset and agitated, ranting in Russian about evil spirits and Yadushka di Muvedushka. Promise or no promise, this was the last straw. She was going to pull up stakes and throw their stuff in the van and drive back to California as quickly as her lead foot would take her. He had not slept at all, wondering whether Gregory was dead, murdered, lying in a ditch, or whether he had, run away? She didn't know, but she was scared. She'd called Paul in the middle of the night, but he said he hadn't seen Gregory in days. She'd called Odd, but no one had answered the phone at his house. Maybe he was at odds, she told herself hopefully. Maybe they'd gotten to talking and lost track of time, and he'd had a little too much to drink, and he'd decided to spend the night there. But why hadn't he called? Because something had happened to him. It was an idea she could not get away from. His mother was even more worried than she was, if that was possible, and the two of them had talked about evil spirits and the owner of the house, and the skepticism Julia had always feigned before had been completely stripped away. Her mother-in-law's worry was of a different sort. Agafia seemed to believe with unshakable certainty that nothing injurious had happened to her son, that he had not been hurt or killed, but she was worried about something else. She was wary with Julia, but though it did not disappear completely, that suspicion did break down a little as the night stretched on. And Julia learned that it was the house that made her mother-in-law so guarded, the fear that she, Julia, had somehow been corrupted or influenced that kept Agafia from trusting her fully. The house. It was terrifying to have her worst fears confirmed, but it was also strangely reassuring. Gregory's mother told her it was because Yadushka di Muvedushka had not moved with them to this house that other spirits had been allowed in. Julia remembered the flippant and condescending reaction she'd had that first day, when Agafia had been so worried about not inviting the owner of the house, and she was ashamed of her attitude. If she'd had more respect, if she'd been a little less arrogant and a little more open-minded, perhaps she would have caught on to this earlier. They might not have been able to stop what was happening, but they might have been able to get away from it. The house seemed even darker than usual to her, though it was morning and the brightest part of the day. What was here, she wondered? What existed in this place with them? The ghosts of Bill Meagan and his murdered family? A demon from hell? Some nebulous, shapeless, evil entity? As ridiculous as those concepts would have sounded to her before, they all seemed perfectly plausible now, and Julia understood why Agafia was so wary. She thought of Sasha's behavioral reversal since they'd moved here. Adam's arrest, Teo's secrecy, her and Gregory's personal problems. They'd all been influenced in one way or another. She'd noticed it before, and she'd always attributed it to natural causes. But the pattern now seemed too clear to ascribe to such innocent origins. She'd let the kids go to school earlier without telling them that their father was missing, without letting them know her fears, and she was glad now that she'd done so. It would make it easier to do what she knew she had to do. She faced Gregory's mother across the kitchen table and told her that they were going to leave. "After I find Gregory, we're getting out of here," she said. "We're going back to California before anything else happens. Just pack enough for a week or so, and we'll get the rest later when we sell the house." "No," Agafia said in Russian. "I cannot leave. I am responsible for allowing this evil in, and I must remain to fight it. Only our church can put an end to this." "But your family comes first," Julia said, also speaking Russian. "Your first loyalty is to us. We need to get out of this town before one of us is killed and ends up like Jim Ivanovich or my friend Deanna." "I cannot leave. There is evil here." "I know there is," Julia told her. "That's why we need to get out. That's why I have to get the kids out especially." The old woman seemed to understand. "Take the children back. Keep them away from here. You too." "No," Agafia said firmly. Julia knew it was useless to argue, and so she gave in, nodding her acquiescence. She did not know what the old woman had planned, did not know what she intended to do, but she imagined Agafia standing in the church, praying, attempting some sort of exorcism, and she figured that if her mother-in-law was going to stay, that would probably be the safest place for her. Besides, Agafia seemed to know what she was talking about. She'd been right about all of this from the beginning. Perhaps she did know how to put a stop to it, though to Julia the most logical tack would be for all of them to leave. If it really was, in fact, that the owner of the house was not there to protect them and keep out other supernatural entities, then shouldn't that breach be closed with their departure? "Go to Montebello," Agafia said. "Stay in my house. Helen across the street has the key. I left it with her and asked her to water my plants." Julia had almost forgotten that her mother-in-law had refused to sell her home, and now she was ready to weep with gratitude for that bit of stubbornness. They would not have to put themselves up at some hotel or stay with friends or relatives. They had a place to go, a house where they could live until they got resettled. "Thank you," Julia said. She stood. "I'm going to try and find Gregory. Then we're getting the kids and getting out." "No," Agafia said. Julia blinked. "What?" "No." The old woman slammed her hand down on the table. "Get the children and go, but leave Gregory here. I will take care of him." "I don't want Gregory to stay here. I want him safe and with us." "He is my responsibility. I will take care of him." Julia looked at her mother-in-law. She had never been overprotective of her son, had never seemed to be one of those overly Oedipal mothers who resented wives and girlfriends and any other female intrusion into their boys' lives. But that was the way she was acting now. And Julia wondered if the same forces that she was so worried about affecting everyone else had gotten to her first. She had no intention of leaving Gregory in this town if she could help it. If he wanted to stay, that was different. But Julia was determined to give him a choice and a chance, and ask him to come with them back to California. He seemed to have been the most affected by living here, the most influenced, and if his mother was right, he should be okay if he got away from this town. If he was still alive. No. Julia agreed with Agafia there. She did not think Gregory was dead. Injured, perhaps, out of commission temporarily, but alive. Could he be with another woman? The possibility threw her. She had not thought of that before, and she was surprised at herself for not even considering such an obvious explanation for his absence. Their sex life certainly hadn't been lighting up the skies lately, and it was entirely possible that another woman could be at the root of his disinterest. She pushed that thought away before pictures started forming in her mind. There was too much to think about right now, too many other things going on. She would get her family out of McWane and back to California, and then she'd try to sort everything out. "I'm still going to try to find him," Julia said, heading toward the stairs. "Hey, stay here," Agafia called after her in agitated English. Thank God Gregory had not taken the van yesterday. Julia found the keys on the top of their dresser in the bedroom, slipped on some tennis shoes, and went outside. Where to begin? She didn't know, but the cafe seemed as good a place as any. She started the van, executed a three-point turn, and headed up the dirt drive, turning toward downtown. She was glad the kids were at school. It would give her time to pack, give her time to prepare without having to answer 1,000 questions and explain everything she was doing. She would find Gregory, they'd get everything together, pick up the kids at school, and take off. The kids could ask questions on the trip. The cafe appeared to be closed, and she had no problem finding a parking place in the front. The door was unlocked, though, and she pushed it open, walking inside. It hit her all at once. She had not really had time to grieve, had not allowed herself the luxury of experiencing the feelings she needed to experience. But entering the closed cafe, seeing the fallen lights and the destroyed stage, the mess that had not been cleaned up, it was as if an emotional tidal wave slammed into her, crushing her. Her family's dissolution, Deanna's death, Gregory's growing distance, the cumulative weight of all that baggage came crashing down on her head, and the walls she'd set up to deal with it, the barriers she'd erected to keep the feelings at bay and allow her to think and act clearly until she had time to sort through the emotional wreckage, came tumbling down. She was very close to tears, very close to complete paralysis, when she heard Paul's voice from somewhere across the darkened room. "Deanna?" She squinted, her eyes adjusting. "Paul?" she said gratefully. He walked over across the floor toward her. "He didn't come home last night, did he?" Julia shook her head, wiping away the tears that were threatening to spill onto her cheek. "He was at the bar most of the evening, and most of the day, with Odd, both of them just sitting there and getting plastered. And then he went home with Odd, spent the night at his place." "He was at Odd's?" Paul nodded. "I called there, and no one answered. Maybe they were passed out, or maybe they just didn't want to pick up the phone." The fear and uncertainty were replaced swiftly with anger. She felt her strength coming back. He could have called. He could have let us know he was all right. He should have. At least it wasn't another woman, she thought. At least he was alive. But damn it, how could he be so inconsiderate? Paul was almost up to her, but he kept coming closer, showed no sign of stopping. She felt nervous all of a sudden, and then he reached her and put his arms around her shoulders, hugging her. They had never touched before, and she felt uncomfortable with this close contact. This was no doubt a friendly hug, a chaste and harmless gesture of support, but she wasn't one of those touchy-feely people who went around hugging everybody in sight, who squandered personal contact on virtual strangers. And this sudden intimacy not only surprised her, but made her decidedly ill at ease. The hug continued a beat or two longer than it should have, and she tried to casually pull back, to move out of his grip in a way that seemed natural and inoffensive. But though he shifted position, let his left arm fall away, his right arm remained around her shoulder. "Maybe he's still there," Julia said. "I should see." Paul stroked her hair. "He doesn't treat you the way he should." She wanted to back away, wanted to tell him to stop, but she didn't. She felt dizzy, almost lightheaded, and she didn't know why she was letting him do this, but she said nothing as his hand roamed from her hair to her shoulders, rubbing over her breasts. What was going on here? She was not at all attracted to Paul, and he had never indicated that he was remotely interested in her. Perhaps, she rationalized, it was Deanna's death that was the impetus behind this inappropriate behavior. What was behind her acquiescence? She knew that what he was doing was wrong, and she told herself she wanted it to stop, but she made no real effort to end it or to move away from him. It felt good to be touched again, felt good to have a man's hands on her in this way. And Paul was right. Gregory had been a jerk lately, and he hadn't treated her the way he should. She deserved better. Paul proceeded slowly, and she let him unbutton her pants, let him slide his hand down her panties. His fingers felt strong and sure, and she gasped as he cupped her, as his middle finger slipped easily and gently inside her. And then Gregory walked into the cafe. Time stopped. She was suddenly aware of everything. The ticking of the clock across the room, the sound of a pickup passing by on the street outside, the far-off cry of a hawk, her own pounding heart, and the silence as she held her breath. Her senses were heightened, and she felt with extraordinary sensitivity Paul's hand pulling out from her underwear, saw too clearly the blank expression on Gregory's red face, heard her own huge exhalation as though it were the sound of a monsoon. What happened next seemed surreal and not quite believable. There was no argument, no fight, no histrionics. Paul simply turned and walked back across the cafe to his office, and Gregory held his arm out silently. She buttoned up her pants and took his hand. She still felt lightheaded, and she wanted to apologize, wanted to explain, but her thoughts were foggy and couldn't seem to make the trip out of her brain and down to her mouth. Gregory held out his hand for the keys. She gave them to him, and still not speaking, they walked out of the cafe to the van. He didn't hit her until they got home. The house was empty. Gregory's mother was gone, the kids still in school, and the two of them walked silently inside. They had not spoken once during the entire trip home. She looked around the empty house. They never kept track of anything anymore, she thought. They used to know where everyone in the family was at all times, but like the rest of the supposedly stable building blocks that had been the foundation of their relationship, that had broken down here too. And now they'd reverted to a more primitive monitoring system, noticing only whether someone was present or absent, not knowing or caring about anything in between. Even after Adam's arrest, they had not kept the close tabs on him that they'd promised him and themselves. They walked into the living room, Gregory carefully closing the door behind them. He slapped her. It was a hard slap, straight across the face, and Julia was almost knocked off her feet by the force of it. Blood started pouring out of her nose, and she held a hand up to it to stem the flow, tilting her head back. Gregory punched her in the stomach. She went down. She had never really been in a fight before. Even as a child, she had avoided physical altercations, and though she'd seen plenty of them in movies and on television, she did not really know how to defend herself, and did not seem to be able to think fast enough to keep up with the action. Gregory kicked her in the breast, and by the time she thought to roll away out of his reach, he was grabbing her arm, yanking her back up, kneeing her in the crotch. The pain was unbearable. She felt like vomiting, could not catch her breath. The sharp flashes of agony that accompanied each of his blows spiked deep into her body. It felt as though bones were breaking, organs were rupturing, and as he continued to pummel her, she wondered if he was going to kill her, if she was going to die. And then he stopped. He'd said nothing the entire time, and he was still silent now as he let go of her arms and allowed her to fall back onto the floor. Her first instinct, a purely animal reaction, was to curl up and protect herself, but he had stopped attacking, at least for now, and she tried to stand, couldn't. He stood above her, arms folded, staring blankly, and though the pain was tremendous and each slight movement brought fresh tears to her eyes, she managed to crawl to the stairs and start the slow, arduous trip up, one hand on the post of the banister, the other supporting her weight on the steps. He followed her, stood directly behind her. She kept waiting for another kick, kept waiting for him to throw her back down the stairs, but he did nothing, just stared. After what seemed like an hour, she reached the top and managed to crawl into the bedroom. She was barely able to close and lock the door. Crying from the pain and the effort and the emotional toll, she pulled herself onto the bed and lay there, grateful for the soft blankets and mattress. He was smart, she thought. Aside from that first slap, he hadn't hit her in the face, hadn't hit her where it would show. It was what she'd heard about chronic wife-beaters, the way they hid their violence from friends and family, and it was this bit of circumspection that most frightened her. It meant that this might go on for a while. It meant that he intended to do this again without letting anyone know. It meant that he intended to stay. He intended to stay. That lay at the heart of her fear, for it was as if this entire situation had been specifically arranged in order to keep her here. The scene with Paul, Gregory's discovery of them, the beating. She remembered the fogginess in her mind at the cafe, the blank expression on his face as he attacked her, and she wondered if that was not exactly what had happened. It was too convenient, she thought. Gregory had been played like a puppet, used by whatever lived in this house to make sure that she and the kids did not leave town. There was a loud smack against the door, and Julia jumped, her ribs hurting. "You stay in there," he ordered. "You come out and you're going to get the beating of your life, you fucking slut. And I hear you say one word of this to Mother or the kids, and you won't be the only one punished." Julia held her breath, did not reply, terrified that he would break down the door and come after her again. But he did not. Soon she heard him walk away, heard his footsteps head down the hall. There was an unfamiliar series of loud noises after that, clatterings and slammings. Then she heard him upstairs in the attic, rummaging around. She listened to the noises until she fell asleep. Sometime later, the kids came home from school. He was back downstairs again, and though the sounds were muffled, she could just make out their voices. She heard him lie, heard him tell the kids that she was sick and needed her rest and couldn't be disturbed. But one of them, Teo, probably, tried the knob anyway a little while later, and she was grateful for that stubborn spirit of disbelief. She said nothing, however, gave no indication that she was awake, believing Gregory fully, knowing that he would make good on his threats. She didn't want anything to happen to the kids. "You won't be the only one punished." His mother came home soon after, and he fed her the same line, but Julia could tell that Agafia didn't believe it. Their conversation was polite, but there was a stiltedness to it, an undercurrent of formality, an obvious discomfort on both their parts. Gregory's mother seemed afraid of him, and Julia thought that the old woman was her last best hope. Agafia could obviously sense that something was wrong, that there was something amiss here, and she said nothing to her son about Julia's plan to take the kids and get out of town. Agafia would figure something out, she knew. The old woman would find some way to help her, to get them all out of this. She fell asleep, thinking of plans for escape. In the morning there was a knock at the bedroom door, and then he walked in. "I need clothes," he said shortly. She'd locked the door. She knew she had. But Gregory had somehow opened it anyway, striding in, ignoring her, and taking a pair of jeans from the closet and an old Yes t-shirt from the dresser. He threw off his dirty clothes, tossing them in the direction of the hamper, and put on the clean ones. He looked at her disgustedly. "Get your lazy ass out of bed," he said. "Your children need breakfast. Do something useful for once in your miserable life." It was an order, not an observation, and he stared at her as if he meant to be obeyed. Julia rose painfully. She had not changed out of yesterday's clothes, and now she left her jeans on. It hurt too much to try to take them off. But she removed the blood-spattered blouse and replaced it with a loose-fitting red shirt. "Wash your face off," he said. "Then get downstairs." He left the room, and she shuffled slowly across the carpeted floor into the bathroom. Her face was indeed a mess, smeared with dried blood, but it looked worse than it was, and after 2 minutes with the washcloth, she looked almost normal. This was her chance. If Agafia was downstairs and Gregory left them alone for even a minute, they could talk, figure something out, formulate some sort of plan. The stairs were difficult, and Julia held tightly to the banister, walking down one step at a time, stopping on each, like someone handicapped. Once on the first floor, she hobbled to the door of the kitchen that opened onto the hallway, and her heart sank as she saw the kids seated in the breakfast nook, Gregory pouring himself a cup of coffee at the counter next to the sink, and no sign of her mother-in-law. The Gregory from upstairs was gone, and in his place was a falsely cheerful Stepford husband. "Mother already left for church," he said, as if reading her thoughts. He smiled brightly at her. "Feeling better, dear?" Adam and Teo both looked worried, and she wondered how much they knew, how much they suspected. Julia looked from their drawn faces to Gregory's beaming visage, and she forced herself to nod. "Yeah," she said, "I'm feeling better." Chapter 18. 1. Frank Masterson gunned his Jeep and sped down the winding dirt trail that led to Transformer 242. The sun was setting, and he was anxious to get this problem settled before nightfall. For one thing, he hated to work in the dark, and he and Shelley had tickets for tonight's Garth Brooks concert. The concert didn't start until 8, and there was an opening act, so Garth probably wouldn't go on until 9, but it was still a 2-hour drive back to Tucson, and if he had a hope in hell of making it on time, he had to make it to the Transformer, fix whatever was wrong, and start back within 20 minutes. Shelley had predicted this would happen, and he hated it that her prediction was confirmed. He'd never hear the end of it. She'd bitch and moan all night, and the concert would be ruined. Then they'd fight over that, and the whole thing would spill over into the weekend. If he was lucky, it would be nothing. Those computers down at the office weren't worth shit in his book, and 9 times out of 10 the problem turned out to be not with the transformer or relays, but with some glitch in a computer program. The company had spent millions of dollars over the last 2 years upgrading their system, but it still wasn't half as efficient as the old one. Give him a good old-fashioned, low-tech, labor-intensive human monitoring system any day of the week. He picked up the phone from its cradle beside him, checked in again. "Frank here. I'm almost to 242. Any change in the readings?" The voice on the other end was barely audible through the static. "Nope, 242's still offline and needs a reset. Copy. I'll get back to you in 10. He replaced the phone in its niche. If it wasn't a computer error and the transformer simply needed to be reset, that wouldn't take long. He'd be in and out in 5 minutes. If it was anything else, though, he was screwed. He would have to call the office, have them patch him into home, and lay out the situation for Shelley. God, he hoped he didn't have to do that. The trail wound out of the hills and led over a flat section of desert, ending up ahead at what looked like an iron scrapyard fenced in with chain link and barbed wire. Lines and cables emerged from this mess in 2 directions, climbing up to lie in the arms of the monstrous metal power towers that had always reminded him of Japanese robots, and that marched to the west and to the north across the open land. He stopped the jeep, hopped out, and unlocked the padlocked gate. The sun was a brilliant orange half-globe on the edge of the horizon. To the east he could see the coming night. He had to hurry. Frank swung open the gate and jumped back into the jeep, gunning it and braking to a sudden halt just before the blocky transformer building. From the rear of the vehicle he grabbed his tools, diagnostic equipment, and a flashlight, just in case. He popped open the door of the building, flipping on the lights and walking inside, and headed immediately to the control panel, installed in a series of metal cabinets and insulated wall units at the opposite end of the room. Checking all of the appropriate gauges, he frowned. There was nothing wrong here. Everything was running smoothly. Everything was as it was supposed to be. He turned around. A shadow flitted past the door. Frank practically jumped out of his boots. The movement had startled him, but that was not what scared him, or it was only the start of it, for there was something strange and unnatural about the shape he'd seen, some sense he'd gotten from that fleeting glimpse that whatever was inside the gates here with him was not right. Evil. That was the word that was echoing in his mind, and while he wasn't a churchgoer like Shelley, while he thought he'd left all that fire and brimstonery back in his mama's house, he offered up a quick prayer. He was smart enough to know that there were things he didn't know, and right now, out here in the middle of nowhere, that sense of ignorance seemed particularly strong. He was trying to hold on to some half-baked notion that this was an animal or a homeless man, but his emotions, his brain, and his gut instinct told him otherwise, and he wished to Christ they'd sent Tyler out on this call instead of him. There was a pounding on the roof. He glanced again at the instrument panel, saw that nothing was wrong, and thought that whatever this creature was, it had caused the system anomalies they'd recorded back at the office and had purposely tried to make them think there was something amiss. But why? Maybe it wanted to lure someone out here. For what? He didn't even want to think about that. From his toolkit he withdrew his heaviest socket wrench. He didn't have a hammer with him. It was back in the jeep, but this would do in a pinch. Would enable him to fight off whatever came at him until he could get to the jeep. Outside the light was failing fast. Already the sun had dropped below the horizon, leaving only an orange glow where its specific shape had been. The lights in the transformer room made the dying light outside seem even darker. Dying light. Frank hurried toward the open door. He flipped off the inside lights, closed the door behind him, and in the brief second before it hit him and knocked him down, he saw a dark, shadowy figure swoop down from the roof of the transformer building. He landed on his back, staring up for a moment at the steel girders and the intersecting power cables and the purple sky above. Then something dark passed between him and the sky. The face that pulled close to his was wrinkled and horribly old, wizened and evil, and he screamed as the hideous creature bent down to kiss him and rubbed its slimy skin against his cheek. 2. The blackout occurred at 6:45. Julia heard over the radio that it had affected 5 western states, and that electric company representatives believed it to be the result of a downed transformer in either eastern Arizona or western New Mexico. Similar blackouts had occurred because of heavy monsoon activity in the past, but there was no lightning this time, no storms in any of the Four Corners states, and experts were at a loss to explain what had brought about this failure. Big cities they predicted would be quickly back online, would have power restored within the next 3 or 4 hours, but it might take 3 days before the entire power grid was up again and running. Where did that leave McGuane? She wasn't sure. Julia sat in the kitchen, waiting for Agafia to return. Her mother-in-law had been gone all day, and in Julia's fantasy she was gathering the other Mollicans together, hatching a plan to get her and the kids out of here. But the truth was that she was probably trying to perform one of her exorcisms or rituals, attempting to get at the root of the problem rather than focusing on their specific situation. Like most true believers, Agafia would put her cause ahead of her family, and Julia resented her for that. The atmosphere in the house was tense. Aside from those few angry words in the bedroom and his false cheer at breakfast, Gregory had not spoken to her since the beating. He was not only hostile and angry, which she would understand, but there was a distracted distance in his attitude that frightened her. He had shadowed her all day, not letting her out of his sight, and it was only after the kids returned from school that he finally went upstairs and locked himself in the attic. Her hands were still shaking nervously, but at least he was out of her hair for the moment, and she was grateful that he'd decided to leave her alone. The kids were on edge, too. The hyper-friendly Gregory of the morning was gone, and since Adam and Teo had come home, their father had been avoiding them, not speaking to them either, and she found that troubling. She wanted to grab the kids and take off, let them know what was really happening, but Gregory was holding the van keys, and they certainly wouldn't get far by walking. Adam and Teo had been hiding in Teo's room ever since they'd come home. It was downstairs, farther away from him, and they emerged into the living room as soon as the lights went out. Julia broke out the candles, setting 3 on the coffee table and 4 others around the perimeter of the room, letting Adam and Teo light some of them, lighting the rest herself. Sasha had still not returned home, and that worried her. Not as much as it would have ordinarily, though. She was concerned for her daughter, but part of her couldn't help thinking that she would be safer away from this house, away from her father. Julia found herself hoping that Sasha would stay with a friend until daylight. There was the sound of a crash from upstairs, and Gregory's shouted curse, and Adam and Teo both looked at her. She tried to offer them a reassuring smile, but she was still in quite a bit of pain, and it probably came out closer to a grimace. None of them said anything. Julia looked out the window once again, hoping to see a Mollican cavalry coming to the rescue, but there was only blackness, only night, and the 3 of them sat together in the living room, waiting, listening to the battery-powered radio, trying to ignore the sounds of Gregory up in the attic. 3. The lights went out at the perfect time. Sasha had taken off her clothes and crawled into the bed, and Wilbert was just starting to undress. The truth was that she didn't really want to see him naked. The beer gut distending his T-shirt was bad enough when he was fully clothed, but staring at that hairy blubber hanging over an erection would be a serious turn-off, and she was glad when the lights winked out. She was not so glad when he hit her. She did not know why it happened, did not know if it was an accident, if he simply hadn't been able to see her in the dark, and her face had been in the way of his hand's intended destination, or if the blow was intentional. But it made her angry, and she yelled at him, making sure he got her message loud and clear. She was doing this ugly porker a big favor by fucking him, and if he was going to try and pull this shit, she'd kick him in the goddamn balls, grab her clothes, and get the hell out of his rat-infested trailer. He did not respond to her tirade, and against her will she felt the first faint stirrings of fear. "Aren't you even going to apologize?" she asked, keeping her voice angry. No answer. She could feel his weight on the bed next to her, so she knew he had not left, but still he said nothing. Now she was definitely afraid. She did not like the fact that he was not speaking, that the room was silent. "Wilbert?" she said hesitantly. Silence. A slight shifting of weight. "Wilbert!" "Boo!" he said. Relief flooded through her. "Wilbert!" He was laughing, rolling around on the bed. And there was someone else in the room laughing as well. She heard several people laughing. Her mouth suddenly went dry. There were others here. She started to sit up. He slapped her again, and now her mouth was no longer dry. There was blood in it. A strong hand pushed her down, and then he was on top of her. The other laughter had not yet stopped, and even as Wilbert spread her legs apart, she was listening carefully, trying to determine how many different voices she could pick out. 3, 5, 6. She could not differentiate how many others. There was a scream from the next room. "Cherie!" It was too dark to see, but Sasha closed her eyes anyway. This was a nightmare, like something out of a movie. She should have learned her lesson last time, should have stayed as far away from these rednecks as possible, but something had made her do it. And as Wilbert's bulk settled on top of her and the laughter grew, she began to cry. 4. Jesus H. Christ! Sheriff Roland Ford paced in the dirt in front of his office, rifle in hand, waiting for those dipshit policemen to show up. The two departments were pooling their resources tonight, and though he did not like the idea, he recognized the necessity for it. Neither could handle this situation alone. There was so much going on that they needed to coordinate who was going to do what. It was like New York out there rather than McWayne, a night filled with looting and random violence. He found it hard to believe that one extended blackout could cause so many problems. From far off up the canyon, he heard the sound of sirens. Fire, it sounded like, or ambulance. He shook his head. What the fuck was going on here? It was as if lights and electricity were the only things maintaining people's sanity, the only things upholding civilization. And without those basic technological comforts, they panicked, reverted to savagery. It made no sense on any sort of rational level, and he had to admit that he did not understand it. As someone who often went camping and hunting, the night held no terrors for him, and he could not figure out why seemingly well-adjusted adults would overreact to such an unbelievable extent. Of course, not all of them were well-adjusted. 2 separate local militia groups had appointed themselves the official protector of McWayne, and they were fighting it out in the park over jurisdiction. A bunch of overweight, undereducated losers who wouldn't even be able to make it through the Sheriff Academy's female course. They were now proclaiming themselves the only real law in town. Word was that they'd tried to lynch a man, a Mormon elder who had dared to question their right to even participate in law enforcement. And Tom Sobule, the town's newest police recruit, had had to fire his sidearm into the air in order to rescue the men and head off a confrontation. They hadn't been brave enough to actually go up against a real officer, to abandon all pretense of the rule of law and degenerate completely into anarchy and vigilantism. But the night was still young. Since then, the two militia groups had gotten into it with each other. If he was lucky, they'd kill each other off, and his men could just go in and arrest the last man standing, or take him out if he wanted to fight. They'd had blackouts before, and he failed to understand what made this one different. The others had been local, confined to McWayne, or at most Rio Verde County. They had not involved whole states. But he found it hard to believe that the size of the affected area had any bearing on the behavior of people in town. Did they learn that the blackout was affecting Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, Utah, and Nevada, and automatically assume that it was the end of the world or the collapse of the country? The militia nuts, perhaps. But he could not see ordinary, everyday citizens believing such lunacy. Yet it was those ordinary, everyday citizens who were out there looting and fighting and doing who knew what. Roland sighed. The truth was, it wasn't just the blackout. Something else had caused this unrest. Something had led them to this point. The blackout was just the catalyst, the excuse. The real reasons went far deeper, and while he prided himself on his fairness and open-mindedness, while he did not like to pick on one specific group of people or indulge in any kind of scapegoating, he could not help but think that the Mollicans were somehow at the root of it all. Things had been getting increasingly strange around here for quite some time, but it was the hairy church yesterday that had really kicked the situation into high gear. Though the Russians might be victims just as much as everyone else, he could not seem to maintain the objectivity he knew his job required, and he found himself thinking that they were somehow responsible, that, intentionally or unintentionally, they had brought about this craziness. And it was crazy. A woman had called into his office, claiming that the sheets that had been drying on her clothesline were flying around the outside of her house, trying to find a way in. A girl had called saying that her younger brother had tried to stab her and she'd had to lock the boy in a closet. 2 kids had run down to the police station afraid that a giant lizard was chasing them. There were reports of rat armies and cat attacks, and throughout the canyons came the almost constant echoes of gunfire. Roland hoped to God it was animals that were being shot. It was chaos out there. There was so much going on that it was impossible to know what was happening. Even with all of the shifts called in, the sheriff's office was severely undermanned, and that was why, against the strong feeling of his gut, the instinct he usually trusted above all others, he'd agreed to throw in with the cops. Someone somewhere screamed in the darkness, and a moment later the police car finally pulled up. 2 officers got out, clutching flashlights, and Roland ushered them quickly inside the building. "About time," was all he said. The emergency generator was on, but that meant that only the backup lights were lit, and the office was still dark and gloomy. All of the phones were ringing, but there were only 2 receptionists, and they were answering the calls as fast as they could. He led the policeman into his office, closing the door behind them. "No, Mrs. Kennedy," Alice was saying as the door closed. "There's been no reports of any spacecraft landing anywhere in Arizona. No, I don't know anything about little alien men." Semyon Konyov sat at the picnic table in the yard next to the church while he waited for the others. Peter and Nikolai had driven out into the desert to get the prophet, and the others had gone in search of Russian Bibles, since theirs were still inside the church and could not be retrieved. Agafia was waiting at his house. The rest of them had not wanted to hear from her, still blamed her for this, still thought she was tainted and corrupt, her information lies. But he had lied himself and pulled a Vera, saying that he'd seen the answer in a dream. He told them everything Agafia had said to him, pretending the words were his own. And Peter and Nikolai had gone to get the prophet. Semyon looked toward the street. Where were the others? His candle was burning low, and his flashlight batteries were almost dead. He'd turned the light off some time ago in order to conserve them. It occurred to him that they had been killed, that something had gotten them, but he pushed that thought out of his mind. He turned around, looked back toward the church, saw the dark hair waving slightly in the almost non-existent breeze. Quickly he looked away. The night had been noisy, the town alive with fights and screaming, gunshots and sirens, but most of it seemed to have been coming from elsewhere in the canyons. Until now. There was the sound of an engine drawing closer, bringing with it angry voices, and he was embarrassed to discover that he was afraid. He closed his eyes and offered up a quick prayer, asking the Lord for strength. He opened his eyes and saw headlights. A pickup was pulling up, coming to a stop in the church's small parking lot. The truck's bed was filled with cowboy-hatted overalled men carrying shotguns. He had a quick flashback to a similar scene, in another time, a time he had not thought of for decades. Flashlights played across the hairy front of the church. Several of the men leaped out of the truck onto the ground, and one of them screamed at him, "This is the last straw, man. The last fucking straw. You milk drinkers think you can just come to our town and do whatever the hell you want? Well, we're not going to put up with that shit no more." Semyon stood, scared, flustered. He walked toward the men. "No," he began. A shot rang out. He stopped in his tracks, and one of the men laughed. Had they shot at him? He didn't know, and he was afraid to find out. His first instinct was to run, try to find help, but he knew there would be no help this night, and though he was trembling with fear, he remained in place. "Go," he said. "Go home now. Go home now." Someone made fun of his accent, and the others started laughing. They started shooting up the church, aiming their guns at the front of the building, taking turns, some focusing flashlights while their companions shot. The bullets sank into the hair at first, but after several minutes and several rounds, chunks of hair-covered wall began to be blasted away, pieces falling, flying off. Semyon turned on his own flashlight, and he saw something completely unexpected, something he never would have believed. The building was bleeding. What was under that hair now, he wondered. He could not imagine. It was obviously not a building. The voices of the shooters became at once angrier and more frightened as they too saw the dark liquid spreading out across the dirt. Semyon gathered up his courage once again. "This is our church," he said. "Leave us." "Shut up, old man." He felt the bullet pierce his chest, felt it rip through his body, shattering bone and organ, stopping somewhere deep inside him. He staggered to the right, clutching the burning, bleeding section of his torso where the bullet had ripped into him. He fell against the wall of the church, and was immediately engulfed in a forest of hair that clutched at him and pulled him into itself. It felt soothing, was the last thing he thought. It felt good. The lights led Winona down into the mine, her feet slipping on the gravel of the extant road that wound down to the bottom of the pit. The lights were beautiful, appearing and then disappearing, forming patterns, and she thought that she had never seen anything like them. They'd come to her bedroom window, tapping musically on the glass, and they'd drawn her outside, leading her down Ore Road all the way to the realty office before flying into the air above the pit and dispersing with a whirling flourish that no fireworks could ever hope to match. The lights had floated down, settled and winked up at her from their various locations throughout the massive pit, beckoning to her. She'd found a hole in the chain-link fence, climbed through, and started down the old truck trail to meet them. The gravel was slippery, and several times she nearly fell, but she always managed to keep her footing. She finally did fall 20 minutes later, when she was halfway down, her right foot flying out, throwing her off balance, and she landed on her back on the road, the hard ground knocking the wind out of her. She tried to get up, but she could not. Her left arm wouldn't work right, and she prayed that it was only sprained and not broken. Throughout the pit, the lights flew up again, coming together, swirling, dancing, then flitting over to where she lay. If she could not come to them, they would come to her. And for a brief second, Winona was delighted, filled with an exuberant sense of joy. But something changed before they even reached her, and as suddenly as it had come, her exultation disappeared, and she was left with a strange sense of dread that caused her to once again try to sit up and get back on her feet. She rolled onto her right side and was up on her elbow when the gravel beneath her shifted again, and she fell back down. The lights danced above her head and landed on her body. Up close, they no longer looked so beautiful. They looked like they felt terrible. And the night continued on. Chapter 19. 1. The voice talked to him. It was a real voice, not an imaginary voice, not something he heard in his head. It was out there, and it spoke to him, talking calmly and rationally about things that were not calm, not rational at all. Gregory sat up on the bed, squinting at the brightness of dawn. He had not shut the drapes last night, and morning light streamed through the window, or came as close to streaming as was possible in this house. Where was his mother? Had she ever come home last night? And where were Julie and the kids? Were they still in the house asleep, or had the treacherous little shits sneaked out on him? He felt for the van keys, was gratified to find that they were still in his pocket. The voice continued to talk. He'd been hearing it all night, he realized. It had been speaking to him even as he slept, and he had incorporated its monologue into his dreams. He was awake now, though, and while he could not see the source of the voice, he knew it was in the room with him, and for the first time he listened specifically to what it had to say, to what it was trying to tell him. "Remember when you caught Julia and Paul?" the voice whispered. "His hands were down her pants. How many fingers do you think were up her snatch? 1, 2, 3. How many can she take up there? You think she was wet? You think he went sluicing through her juices?" Gregory's jaw muscles clenched. He didn't want to hear this, didn't want to think about it, but he could not stop listening. "It's not the first time she did it," the voice said insinuatingly, and there seemed to him something familiar about it. "She's fucked half the town. She blew Chilton Bodine before he bit the big one, sucked him dry, swallowed it down and begged for more. Your old pal, the bartender, she licked his balls for over an hour while he worked behind the counter, crouching down and following him on her knees, servicing him as he served the customers." He recognized the voice now. It was his father's. It switched to Russian. "Your mother was the same way, that whore. She'd spread her legs for Jim Ivanovich, let him have her in whatever way he wanted, then come back and deny me my husbandly right. Bitch!" He heard hatred in that voice, the threat of violence. "I waited, though. I bided my time." "Did you kill Jim?" Gregory asked. The voice was smooth. "Of course I did. It was back to English. "Think I could let him bang my woman? Think I could let him fuck your mother? That little hypocrite! Thou shalt not commit adultery. It's one of the 10, and that lying little prick was giving your mother a sperm bath when he was supposed to be praying and reading the good book. Could I stand by while he fed my wife his tube steak?" It occurred to Gregory that his father's English had never been this fluent, his command of slang and colloquialism never this well developed. But though he had the thought, it did not affect his belief in its authenticity, did not dissuade him from accepting his father as the true and ultimate source of the voice. "I did what I had to do," his father said. "As a man." Gregory nodded. His father was right. What he said made sense. Gregory stood, smoothing the wrinkles of the clothes in which he'd slept. "Are you going to let Julia get away with this? Are you going to let her spread her legs for every swinging dick that comes along?" "No," Gregory whispered. "Get the gun," his father said softly. "You know you want to. Get the gun and stuff it up her pussy where all those other men have stuffed their cocks, and blow their leftover sperm out with a bullet. That'll teach her. That'll teach all of them." Gregory nodded. "That's what you bought the gun for anyway. Use it. Do it tonight. Surprise her when she's asleep, when she's thinking about the taste of his hot sperm, when she's dreaming about riding his cock. Do it then. Do it then." The voice continued to talk, but Gregory no longer heard it. It was like a radio that was on in the background, white noise. He could tune it in or out at will, and right now he had heard enough. He didn't want to hear any more. But he knew his father was right, and he was filled with a righteous anger, a molten core of fury that he knew he would have no trouble sustaining until tonight. Part of him wondered why he had to wait, why he couldn't just do it now, but that was like the thought concerning his father's English. It was irrelevant, and he pushed it aside, ignored it. He walked out of the bedroom, went immediately up to the attic and pulled the ladder up, closing the door behind him as he headed to his gun shelf. 2. Teo was scared. There was something wrong with her dad, and something bad had happened to Sasha. Her mom and Adam were scared too, and that made it even more frightening. No one had talked to her about any of it. Her mom had simply told her to stay in her room and not come out, but she had the feeling that it was the Banya's fault. She could not help thinking that if she had not stopped going there, not stopped seeing it, that none of this would be happening. She was being punished by the Banya for her ingratitude, for the way she had treated it. And it was taking out its anger on her family. Teo felt like crying, but she forced herself not to, forced herself to be brave. She wanted to go back out to the Banya and confront it, but her mom had ordered her not to leave her room, and she was afraid to do so anyway. Her dad had been acting weird for the past few days, and she and Adam had talked about it, but neither of them had known how to bring it up with their mom. Besides, she wasn't in the best shape herself. Whatever flu or illness she'd had, it had left her weak, and neither of them wanted to make things any more difficult. But Dad was being weird, scary. He was scary, and she wasn't quite sure why. He wasn't acting mean or angry or anything. He was either really, really cheerful or just sort of quiet and distant. But neither of those was her father. That was it exactly. He wasn't himself. He didn't seem like her dad. He seemed like a fake father, like someone who looked exactly the same and was trying really hard to be him, but just couldn't quite pull it off. And that, she supposed, was what made her think of the Banya. That, and the sense of danger. For there seemed something dangerous about her dad right now. Beneath the cheerfulness, beneath the bland niceness, was something else, something deeper, something that reminded her of the swirling blackness of the Banya shadows. She knew that Adam sensed it too. Their mom probably did as well, but she was staying away from all of them, keeping to herself. She wished Babunya was here. Babunya would know what to do, and even Adam admitted that he'd feel safer if their grandmother was around. But Babunya hadn't come home yesterday, still wasn't back this morning, and no one seemed to know where she was. Sasha was back. She'd come home late last night, looking like she'd been beaten up, and Mom had been hysterical, rushing her into the bathroom to get cleaned up and bandaged. Her dad had acted like he didn't even care, and Teo supposed that was the first time she'd thought that maybe the Banya was behind this. That was the first time she'd sensed the danger. She wished they were back in California. Things like this had never happened there. As she stared out the window of her room at the yellow-leafed cottonwood, at the cloudless blue sky and the tan rock of the canyon cliffs, she did what she had been trying so hard not to do. She cried. 3. Agafia had fallen asleep on Semyon's couch, waiting for him to return. But by morning she'd known that something was wrong, that something had happened to him. He was supposed to have come back immediately after telling the others to bring the prophet to her house, that was the location of the breach, the source of the Nichizny Duk. She and Semyon were then supposed to go together and try to rescue Julia and the kids. She knew there might be a problem with Gregory, that he might not want to let them leave. But with Julia, the kids, Semyon, herself, and the power of prayer and God's grace, she had no doubt that they could get away. Semyon had not returned, however, and she'd eventually fallen asleep, waking up this morning to find that she was still alone in the house. And she'd hurried immediately back home, or hurried back as fast as her old legs could take her. All of the running around the past 2 days had taken quite a toll, and she ached all over. Her leg muscles were sore, even her lungs hurt when she breathed. She considered herself to be in pretty good shape for her age, but that age was 74, and as much as she would like to deny it, she was not a young woman anymore. God gave her strength, however, and Agafia hobbled doggedly along roads that had not changed or improved much since her own teenage years, grateful that the way was mostly downhill. Semyon's house was not too far from theirs, and in less than 15 minutes she was walking up the porch steps. Luckily, they were all home. Luckily, they were all right. She didn't know what she'd been thinking. She should have made sure Julia and the kids were out of here and safe first, before she'd even gone to Semyon's, and she was filled with guilt at the thought of her irresponsibility. It was pure luck that it hadn't turned into a disaster, that she hadn't come back to find them butchered. What could have made her act so stupidly? She looked around the living room, dark even in the day, and she wondered if she had been influenced by whatever power had taken up residence here. If she had done what it wanted her to do, rather than what she knew to be right. Of course, now that she was thinking clearly, logically, did that mean that its influence was gone? Or did that mean that it now wanted her to help Julia and the kids get away? Neither, she assumed. It probably meant that Gregory was enough in control here to enforce its will, and it didn't need to expend any extra energy trying to influence the other people in this house. She'd noticed the difference in atmosphere the moment she'd come back, the second she'd walked through that door. Tension hung thick and heavy in the air, and the feeling here was far different than the one at Semyon's. As always, she'd said a prayer before even walking inside, and she was grateful now for even that small bit of protection. There was Hierrecha here. Evil. She and Julia huddled around the kitchen table, trying to decide what to do. The phone was dead. It had not exactly been a surprise, but it still brought home to them the seriousness of their predicament, the lengths to which the spirits here would go in order to cripple them, to thwart their efforts to escape. They were both wary, conscious of the fact that they might be under surveillance, that it was more than possible they were being spied upon. Gregory had the van keys, and Julia had proposed going up there, confronting him and trying to take the keys from him, but it was too dangerous, Agafia told her. Even if both of them went up to the attic, they would not be facing just Gregory. They would be facing Gregory and whatever else lived in this house. Agafia doubted that even with weapons and a Bible and prayers of protection, the two of them could stand up to that sort of power alone. Simeon had driven his car last night, but he had another old Chevy in his carport, and Agafia wondered aloud if there weren't keys for the vehicle somewhere in his house. There was no guarantee that it would work even if they did find the keys, but taking Simeon's Chevy was a possibility. She had not driven since coming to McWayne. Gregory had not let her do anything but ride in the van, but if worst came to worst, she could try to drive the car. "Or I could drive it," Julia said. "Even better," Agafia told her in Russian. They talked quietly. Sasha was still asleep in her bedroom, and when the two of them went in to look in on her, they could see that she was not ready to go anywhere. Even if they could sneak out of the house, even if Simeon's old car worked, even if they could find the keys for it, even if they could get it back here, they would have to carry Sasha out, and they both doubted that Gregory would allow them to do that. Agafia did not like the fact that Sasha was upstairs in her own bedroom. The girl had gone there herself, apparently, had insisted upon it after Julia had taken care of her cuts and put some salve on her bruises, but it was still too close to Gregory and the attic, and it made her nervous. If they were lucky, Gregory would remain upstairs until they had a chance to get out of here, or to figure out how to call for help. If they were unlucky, she didn't even want to think about that. As Julia bathed her daughter's forehead with a cold washcloth, Agafia had an idea. She took Adam with her out to the carport, where the two of them picked up a ladder and brought it back into the house. The attic door opened only one way, down, and they positioned the top of the ladder against the trapdoor, wedging the bottom between the wall and the floor in order to block the door and keep Gregory from opening it. Adam knew what they were doing, but he said nothing about it, and Agafia wondered what was going through his mind as they trapped his father inside the attic. It could not be healthy. It could not be good for a young boy to have to do something like this. All three of them walked downstairs to where Teo sat alone in the living room, reading a book and listening to the radio. Adam went to join her, and Agafia looked at her daughter-in-law. She suddenly had another idea. "You take Adam and Theodosia," she said in Russian. "Take them to, I don't know. Take them away from here. I will meet you with Sasha as soon as she is strong enough to walk." Julia shook her head. "She's my daughter. I can't leave her. Besides, what do you think would happen after Gregory discovered we pulled something like that? You think he'd just wait around for several days until Sasha's condition improved, and then let you two go walking out of here? No, he would cripple you if he had to. He'd do what he needed to make sure you two couldn't go." Julia thought for a moment. "You take Adam and Teo," she said. "I'll stay here with Sasha. Go to your friend Simeon's house. Draw me a map." Agafia shook her head. "I need to be here. Only I can fight against this." "Then I guess we'll stay. I can't send those two out alone. Who knows what's out there? At least we know what we have to deal with in this house." She glanced up at the ceiling, but Agafia knew she was thinking of the attic. And Gregory. They were both silent for a moment, looking at each other. Agafia smiled, tried to be reassuring. "Don't worry. I can handle him," she promised. But she wasn't sure of that. She wasn't sure at all. Julia removed all of the knives from the kitchen, saving one for herself. Agafia helped her look through the other cupboards and closets, trying to weed out things that could be used as weapons, attempting to make the house attack-proof. Everything they found, Julia took outside, tossed into the weeds at the side of the drive. "That should help," she said. None of them went outdoors after that. The day was strange. It was only a blackout, but it felt as though they'd been hit by a hurricane or a tornado and were between storms, waiting for the next one to hit. It was like being under siege. The radio had been on the entire time, and the batteries finally gave out around dusk. There were a few other batteries, but Julia wanted to save them for her flashlight, and Agafia agreed that was a good idea. It was quiet without the radio, though. Too quiet. Even Gregory in the attic was silent, and Julia broke out a deck of cards and played war with Adam and Teo in the kitchen, getting up periodically to check on Sasha. None of this would have happened, Agafia thought, if she had made sure to get them out before leaving yesterday. If she'd just taken them with her to Simeon's. But that game could be played forever. None of it would have happened if they had returned to California a month ago, if one of them had remembered to invite Yadushka di Muvedushka to come with them, if they'd never moved back to McWayne, if Gregory had never won the lottery. She fell asleep after a makeshift dinner, on the couch again, and when she woke up, only Julia was in the room. The single candle that was still burning was low, and the room was bathed in shadows that did not all appear to be natural. "Where are Adam and Theodosia?" she whispered. Julia looked over at her. "In their rooms, sleeping. Why aren't they sleeping in here?" She was instantly filled with dread and anger at what she saw as her daughter-in-law's stupidity. "Because the bedrooms have locks? You let Adam go upstairs? I've been up there myself half the time, with Sasha. You should have put him in my room." Julia blinked, stared at her blankly. She obviously hadn't thought of that, and Agafia again wondered how much influence this place was exerting on them, how much their thought processes were being affected just by remaining in this house. There was a movement of shadow in the far corner that did not correspond to the flickers of the candle. Agafia picked up the flashlight, quickly shone it in that corner, and was gratified to see nothing there. She turned the flashlight off. Her head hurt, and she was dimly aware that she'd had a dream, some sort of nightmare about the banya. The banya. Something clicked in her mind, a connection that had not been made before, and while it was not something she could explain, not something that was specifically spelled out, she suddenly realized that the banya was just as central to what was happening as the house was, and she thought that maybe it was the doorway through which, what did Adam say the Indians called them? Uninvited guests were coming, and that perhaps the tide could be stemmed there. Why hadn't she figured that out earlier? How could she have been so blind? She pushed herself up and off the couch, grabbed her Bible from the table. "What are you doing?" Julia asked her. They'd been speaking only Russian for most of the day, not wanting the children to understand what they were talking about, and they were still speaking it now, even though they were alone. Agafia picked up one of the unlit candles, placed its wick next to the burning flame of the candle on the table. "I am going to the banya." The statement sounded frightening even to herself. It was too dramatic, too self-important, but she felt dramatic. This seemed important, and there was an urgency about it, a powerful impetus to do this right now, this second, a sense that there was no time to waste, and that if she did not hurry, whatever window of opportunity was open to her would be closed. Something had been trying to communicate with her for quite a while. God. And she did not know why she had not paid more attention to her dreams, why she had not exactly ignored them, but not acted upon them, not pursued the truths they were trying to reveal. She hurried over to the closet in the entryway, placed her candle and Bible on the table next to the door, and took out her jacket, putting it on. Julia was following her, unsure of what to say, unsure of what to do, and Agafia turned to her. "Keep your knife close," she said. "I will be back as soon as I can." Julia seemed about to say something, but instead she just nodded. "Get Adam downstairs, put him in my room. When I get back, we'll try to bring Sasha down." She picked up her Bible and candle, said a quick prayer of protection, blessed Julia, the kids, the house, then hurried outside without waiting for a response. The sense of urgency was now almost overwhelming, and the feeling within her was something like panic. She could not run, because she did not want to put out the candle, but she walked as quickly as she could toward the back of the property, past the cottonwood, toward the banya. The thought occurred to her that she should have brought the flashlight instead of the candle, but she figured that Julia and the kids needed it more than she did. Should she have brought any of them with her? No, Julia was right. At least they knew what was in the house. Out here, who knew what she would find? The ground was getting rough. The candlelight was not particularly effective, and she was forced to slow down so that she wouldn't trip. From somewhere far away, she thought she heard the sound of wind. Uninvited guests. She had focused before on the word uninvited, but it was guests that grabbed her attention now, for that was what they were. Not indigenous spirits or beings that lived here, but Nietzsche's Duk that had arrived from elsewhere. Visitors. Why had they come, though? What did they want? Agafia traveled quickly, working on instinct, or being led by God, she was not sure which. She could not really see the path, but she was following it, and just as she emerged from the boulders, the moon appeared above the high cliffs to the east, bathing the scene in front of her with light. And she saw Yedushka di Muvedushka. Laughing, the small figure sped out of the banya, took off up the hillside, clambering over rocks, cavorting playfully in the moonlight. Did he see her? She didn't think so, and that made his exuberant little dance all the more eerie. There was a rustle off to her left, and Agafia whirled so fast in that direction that her candle went out. Her heart was pounding, and she was prepared to see shadows with teeth, or snake-skinned demons, but instead she saw a line of people, several of them carrying flashlights. Malakans. One of them moved forward toward her. It was Vera, and Agafia had never been so happy to see anyone in her life. She could tell by the expression on the other woman's face that Vera no longer believed her to be corrupted, and her relief was so great that she wanted to cry. Simeon had obviously gotten through to them. She scanned the row of faces looking for him, but he was not among the Malakans gathered before her. Why were they at the banya instead of the house? She'd told Simeon to make sure they went to the house. She looked at Vera and understood. The old woman had had another dream, and it had pointed her here. "I am sorry," Vera said, moving closer, throwing her arms around her and hugging her close. Agafia remained holding on to her Bible, but she tossed the unlit candle aside and hugged her old friend back with one arm. There was a lot to be said, but no time to say it, and Vera's apology covered all of it for now. "Did you see him?" Agafia asked, nodding toward the hillside. Vera nodded grimly. "Whose house is he from?" "No one knows." "You have been watching him?" Vera nodded, looked at the others. "We did not know what to do." It was a tacit acknowledgement that she was now the leader, that she was the one who would decide how they would act, and Agafia had never felt prouder in her life. She scanned the faces, looking for Nikolai, but the minister was nowhere to be found. "Where is Nikolai?" she asked. "Where is Simeon?" "Nikolai went with Peter to bring back the prophet, as you said." Vera met her eyes. "Simeon has disappeared." There was no time to waste, no time to dwell on what they should have done or could have done, and Agafia nodded. She pointed toward the banya. "I'm going to look." Even as she said it, a shiver ran down her spine, but the others trained their flashlights on the bathhouse and followed along with her, and she was grateful for both their presence and their courage. Although she had no light of her own, the moonlight was bright enough to see by, and she did not stop until she was directly in front of the banya's open door. Vera shone her flashlight into the darkness. The inside of the banya was filled with bodies. Bodies of Yadushka Dymovedushka. Agafia took an involuntary step back, nearly stepping on Anya's toes. The bodies were barely there, shimmering like spirits, the flashlight beams granting them even less substance than the refracted moonlight. But she could see them piled one on top of the other like logs, and in a sudden flash of insight she understood what had happened. Yadushka Dymovedushka had followed them from California, and he was killing off all of the other owners in McGuane. It explained the increase in supernatural activity, the reason why these supernatural forces had been allowed to spread outward from their home. There had been no protection anywhere. Agafia stared at the stacked ephemeral bodies, stunned. A flashlight beam played across the back wall of the bathhouse, and she saw that the figure on the wall had changed. Its head had grown, its body had shrunk, and it no longer looked like a typical Malakan man. It looked like what it was. Yadushka Dymovedushka. Slowly, tentatively, she walked inside. The power here was incredible. She could feel it. It was stronger than it should have been. It had obviously been fed. She recalled Father telling her when she'd asked that the owner of the house ate mice and rats and possums, kept vermin away from the house, and fed himself at the same time. She could not recall seeing any rodents or pests on their property since they'd arrived in McGuane. She could not even remember the last time she'd seen a bird on their land. Vera had already started chanting. A prayer of forgiveness, a prayer of healing. It did not seem entirely appropriate, but like the others, she fell in behind Vera, repeating the words, holding tight to her Bible, and there actually did seem to be a slight lessening in the oppressiveness of the air. When they finished and she opened up her eyes, she could no longer see the small stacked bodies. Why had she not been killed? Why had no one in her family been killed? That was what puzzled her. Jim was gone. People she didn't even know, who had no connection to the family, had been murdered. But so far she and all her family were still alive. Perhaps Yadushka Dymovedushka could not actually harm them. Perhaps he merely wanted to shut down the defenses to show them what they were missing, how he could have protected them had they not abandoned him. More likely he was out for revenge and wanted to destroy them, but wanted to do so in as subtle a way as possible. Drag it out, to prolong their suffering. Nearly the entire town had been turned against them now. It made her think of how things had been in Russia before the Malakans had left. The persecution, the public beatings. She thought of Russian town. Was that the point of all of this? Spite and revenge? She had learned from Father and had always believed that the devil, like God, had a grand scheme, a master plan, and that he would use whatever means were at his disposal to convert the good and recruit the wicked and sow the seeds of death and destruction wherever and whenever possible. But was that really the case? It seemed to her that this had all been brought to bear not as part of some cosmic design, but to satisfy the petty desires of a minor spirit. Was evil really that small? Perhaps it was. That thought gave her hope. The Molokans all crowded into the tiny building. There were 7 of them, and they could barely fit, but they stood close to each other, holding hands, and without speaking, without planning, began to perform the cleansing. After all of their previous efforts, they knew the words by heart, and as they chanted, Agafia wondered what would happen if the owner of the house returned. Would he be repelled by the force of their prayers? Flashlights had been switched off, and before they were even halfway through, the darkness around them was moving, sliding sinuously between their legs, wrapping itself around their heads. They remained focused, kept praying, and the movement within the bathhouse became more agitated. After this, they would walk back to the house, get her daughter-in-law and her grandchildren. The Molokans had obviously come in cars, and even Gregory could not hope to combat so many allies. She and the children would escape and go to one of the others' houses and decide on a further plan from there. Agafia felt good, invested with power by the Holy Spirit, and though she knew it was inappropriate in this place and under these circumstances, she wanted to jump, wanted to give herself over to the Lord and let the Spirit overtake her. It was then that the sandstorm hit. Chapter 20. 1. The wind began blowing, sand scraping loudly against the windows and the sides of the house. Visibility was worse than in fog, and through the small attic window Gregory could see only blackness. No moon, no stars, no lights. He thought to himself, "It's time." He stood up slowly. He'd been sitting here for hours, in the same position, revolver loaded, waiting, and the muscles in his legs were sore. His father had stopped talking to him some time ago, but he'd stopped listening long before that. He didn't really need his father to tell him what needed to be done. He knew. Oh, he definitely knew. Gregory opened the trapdoor, carefully lowered the ladder, and climbed out of the attic as quietly as possible. The hallway was dark, but he didn't need light to see. Something had happened to him after all those hours in the attic. His eyes had not merely adjusted to the dark, his vision had been enhanced. It was like a cat's, and though the world was in black and white, it was clear, clearer than it had ever been before. He saw the empty corridor before him, saw the metal ladder that someone had brought in from outside, and that for some reason had been laid along the sidewall. He started walking. He understood how Bill Meagan had felt, why he had had to do what he did. It was the only possible response, the only way to make sure that mistakes were paid for, and that they would not happen again. It was just, it was justice, and there was something both invigorating and fulfilling about knowing that he was about to put things right. The gun felt good in his grip, like a part of him. He walked slowly, silently, careful not to put too much of his weight on the creaky boards. Outside, the wind increased in volume, the susurrus sand growing in intensity. It sounded to him like music. Sasha's door was the first one he came to, and he pushed it open, gun extended. He walked into his daughter's room. She'd pulled her blanket up, bunching it around her midsection, and the bottom of her body was exposed to the open air. She was lying on her side, and her legs were scissored so that he could see her crotch. Her panties were pulled tight, and he saw the slight bulge of her pubic mound, the crease of her vulva. There was what looked like dried blood on the material, but he ignored that, saw only the outline beneath the stained underpants. She stirred in her sleep, her legs spreading wider, and he understood what was going on here. The slut wanted him to fuck her. The anger began building within him, the rage he'd been conserving all day blossoming into a white-hot righteous wrath. Here she was, beaten and bruised, and all she could think about was getting that little hole filled up again as quickly as possible. She was just like her mother, hungry for dick, any dick, wanting only to be filled up with man-meat, and he was sickened, thinking that she wanted to have intercourse with him, her own father. The beating she'd received from whatever guy had banged her had obviously been not enough to teach her a lesson. And now it was up to him to point out the error of her ways, to make sure she never did anything like this again. He walked over. She was only pretending to be asleep, and he kicked the bed hard, forcing her to give up the ruse. She sat up, acting as though she was startled, her eyes opening wide with what could have been terror but was obviously lust. She saw the gun in his hand, looked into his eyes, knew what he intended to do. "No!" Sasha screamed. He shot her in the crotch, giggled as a wash of blood spread over her nightgown. "You're not going to be able to put anything else in there, bitch." She was thrashing around, making a funny gurgling sound, and he could not help laughing. The blood was everywhere, and an intoxicating charge surged through him as he looked at what he'd done. He thought of the Malak Khan's wimpy little prohibitions against violence, their stupid outmoded adherence to the letter of the Bible, and he knew he was more alive in this moment than they would ever be. Why hadn't he done this before? Sasha was still jerking spasmodically, arms outstretched, back arched, and he lifted the revolver, pointed it at her midsection, and fired again. More spasms, more blood. Then she finally stopped moving, and he smiled to himself as he opened the door, walked out into the hall. "Next," he said. 2. Adam heard everything through the walls between their rooms, and even as the agonizing emptiness of loss ripped through his guts, even as that was replaced by terror and fear, he was thinking, moving, and he looked quickly around his bedroom for first some place to hide, and second a weapon. There was no place to hide, and if he jumped out of the window from this high up he'd probably break his leg and be caught. So he concentrated on finding something to fight with. But for a brief panicked second it looked as though he was going to be screwed. There was nothing here he could use. Then he remembered, and he grabbed the flashlight from underneath his bed. It was a big one, an old one made out of metal, and he and Roberto had often made contingency plans to use it as a weapon should anyone attempt to break into their tent while they were camping in the backyard. It was no match for a gun, but he had no choice. It would have to do. He ran over to the door, stood next to it, flashlight held high. He hadn't even known that his dad had a gun, and the revelation shocked him to the core. Even after all that had happened, even after they'd tried to trap his dad in the attic, he hadn't really believed that his father would snap like this, would go this far. He might get angry, yeah, might threaten them and throw things around, but murder them? Kill his own children? That he never would have believed. But he'd heard it. He knew it was true, and he knew he was next. His hands were sweaty, his heart pounding. It was hard to breathe, but though the wind outside seemed deafening, he did not allow himself to suck in the air he needed. He was afraid it would be too loud. His dad would hear. He rationed his air, forcing himself to keep his mouth closed, to breathe through his nose and take short, shallow breaths. In the hall, his father's footsteps drew closer. The flashlight slipped out of his hands. It fell to the floor, banging loudly against the hardwood, the clattering noise of its landing distinct even above the sound of the sandstorm. He crouched down, scrambled to pick it up. He heard his father's careful footstep on the hall floor. "Son?" He was so scared that he wanted to cry, felt like he was going to wet his pants, but he remained in place against the wall, next to the door, the hard plastic nub of the light switch digging into his back. He would only get one chance, he knew, one shot, if that, and he'd better make it good. Most likely he would be killed instantly. His father would probably be expecting something. He'd heard the flashlight fall, and he would no doubt come in like a cop, swinging his gun around in a semicircle, ready to shoot at the slightest sign of movement. Adam held his breath. His father walked through the door. He swung hard, hitting his dad in the head. He swung with all his might, with a ferocity he had never been able to manage playing baseball during PE, and the blow connected, the shock wave passing through the metal into his hand and almost causing him to drop the flashlight. His father fell to the floor. "Thank God," his mother cried. "Thank God." He picked up the flashlight, turned it on, shone it toward her. She stood in the hallway, knife raised, both arms shaking, her knees practically buckling. She'd obviously heard the shots from downstairs and had come up here to save him, and though she hadn't had to attack his father, the fact that she was willing to do so filled Adam with gratitude, relief, and a childish sort of happiness. It was a brave, selfless love that had brought her up here into the mouth of danger, and at that moment he felt closer to her than he ever had before. His father was on the ground, bleeding, lying perfectly still, and Adam rushed over his unmoving body to give his mother a quick, hard hug. She squeezed back, but she was already moving away, bending down, checking to see if his dad was, what? Unconscious? Dead? He'd automatically assumed that he'd just knocked his father out. But what if he was dead? What if he'd killed him? The gun had fallen out of his father's hand, and his mother picked it up gingerly. In movies, people always knocked out the bad guy, then forgot to pick up the gun, leading to another inevitable showdown. But his mom was no dummy, and there was no way that was going to happen here. She stood up, and he still didn't know if his dad was alive or dead, but Adam assumed he was alive because his mother said, "We'd better get out of here." The flashlight in his hand was bloody, but it was still working, and he wiped the bloody end on his jeans and waited while his mom quickly ran to Sasha's room, went inside, then hurried back, her face white, blanched. She bent down again, dug through his dad's pockets looking for something, and finally withdrew a keyring. She stood, grabbed his hand. "Let's go." They practically flew down the stairs, and he tried to concentrate on the task immediately at hand, escape, but his mind kept going back to Sasha. There were tears streaming out of his eyes, down his cheeks, but he was not really crying, and he was able to speak clearly. "Where's Teo? Where's Babunya?" "Teo's in her room." Teo was in her room, crying, but she'd been smart enough to lock the door, and she did not immediately open it. Even when they pounded and yelled for her to open it, she did not do so right away. It was only after Adam said, "He's just knocked out. We have to get out of here before he wakes up," that she finally unlocked her door and came out. Adam grabbed his sister by the arm, and the three of them rushed out of the house into the sandstorm. Dirt and grit sprayed into his face, needling his skin, little jabs of pain like pinpricks causing him to turn away, squinting. The wind was tremendous, cold and powerful, strong enough to practically blow him off his feet, and he held tight to Teo's hand. The van was parked in the drive, in front of the carport, but as he started toward it, his mom pulled him away, in the opposite direction. Where were they going? "The banya!" his mother yelled over the wind, as if reading his mind. "Babunya's there!" He pulled ahead of her in the lead, running down the path toward the bathhouse, dragging Teo with him. his feet moving from memory. The last thing he wanted to do right now was go out to the banya, but Babunya was probably out there praying or something, and they couldn't just leave her. He thought fast. If they got her, brought her back, they could probably be in the van and gone before his father came to. They were like stupid movie people, he realized. They should not only have taken his father's gun, they should have tied him up before they left so he wouldn't be able to come after them when he did regain consciousness. But Adam didn't know where ropes were, or even if they had any, and he thought that maybe they had done the right thing after all. It might have wasted too much time had they stopped to figure out how to restrain him. Time, he suspected, was the one thing they didn't have. They reached the boulders, ran past them. He could not see the banya, but he knew it was ahead, and he led them straight to it, stopping in front of the open doorway and shining his flashlight inside. Babunya was in there. She was standing in the center of the bathhouse with a bunch of old Molokans who looked like they were dressed for church. It was creepy to see them all inside the bathhouse, dressed in white in the dark, while outside the wind and sand blew wildly, but somehow the banya didn't seem quite as spooky as it had before. It was as if whatever had been in here, whatever had possessed this place, had fled, leaving behind only the eeriness of an ordinary abandoned building. Behind them, he noticed, the shadow on the wall had disappeared. He felt a small shove on his right side, and then Teo was pushing past him, running inside, throwing her arms around her grandmother. "He killed Sasha," Teo cried, "and he tried to kill Adam." His mother's hand was on his shoulder, and then all of them were moving into the banya. "It's Dad," he explained. "I hit him in the head with this flashlight." He held it up. "But I think it only knocked him out." He cast a quick look out the door. "He's after all of us. He's crazy." Babunya nodded. "I know." They started talking in Russian, the Molokans, and he had no idea what they were saying, but the tone was easy enough to read. They were scared. He heard high, fast syllables filled with far too many consonants. He looked over at his mom, and she was listening intently, but he had the feeling that even she was having a difficult time keeping up. Teo glanced around, frowning. "What happened?" she asked. "Is the banya dead?" She'd been here too, Adam realized, and the thought of that made his blood run cold. Babunya smiled at her, hugged her. "Yes," she said in English. "We kill it." She walked over to his mom and said something to her in Russian. His mother nodded. "Come on," Babunya said. "Work here done. We have to go." She moved forward, gently took the gun from his mother's hand. "Others are waiting." Like his mom, Babunya held the weapon as though it was a hand grenade about to go off. He realized that the gun was what his father had used to kill Sasha. It was what had murdered his sister. Murdered his sister. It still didn't seem real to him. In some ways it seemed too real. The horrific specifics of it were imprinted on his mind and would be there forever. But at the same time, the knowledge was too large to grasp anyway but intellectually. He knew Sasha was dead, but he hadn't really felt it yet, not the full force of it, and he was afraid of what would happen when he did. "Oh, shit," his mother said. "Oh, shit." She started beating her rear end, hitting her pockets in the front. She looked at the ground around her, turning in a circle, then glanced up at Babunya. "The keys! I lost the keys!" Adam's heart lurched in his chest. "The van keys? Oh, shit!" "There are cars," Babunya said, nodding toward the other Molokans. "We go with them." His mom sounded as though she was about to cry. But Babunya put a hand on her shoulder. "We go with them." 3. When Gregory came to, his face was stuck to the floor. His head had stopped bleeding, but the congealed pool of blood had cemented his hair and cheek and left temple to the hardwood of the upstairs hallway, and it felt like his face was being ripped away as he pulled himself free and stood up. He did not scream, though. He did not cry out from the pain. He welcomed it. He thought of his family, smiled to himself. They were stupid. They should have killed him when they had the chance. Now they would have to pay for that mistake. And from somewhere down the hall he heard the voice of his father, agreeing with him. "Kill them all," his father said. "They don't deserve to live." No, they didn't, Gregory agreed. He put a hand up to the side of his face. It came back wet and red. His wound had been newly reopened, and it hurt like a motherfucker. Adam would pay for that. He'd been planning to dispatch the boy like he had his sister, quickly, but his plans had changed. Now the little shit was going to die a slow, horrible, painful death. He hobbled down the hallway, using his hand to guide himself along the wall because of his closed eye and the subsequent loss of depth perception. He used the handrail on his way down the stairs. "Kill them all," his father whispered again. He did not even bother to answer. His father had become irrelevant, and Gregory was acting now on his own reasons, for his own purposes. The house was silent, and the sound of the wind and sand outside was maddening. His head was aching, a sharp pain that seemed to run down the entire left side of his body. But the pain was good, and he was grateful for it. It spurred him on, enabled him to remain focused on what he had to do. Hunt down his family and kill them. Bill Meagan had been lucky. He'd been able to take out his family easily, with no difficulties or complications. Gregory wondered if he'd had a silencer on his gun. Maybe that had been the problem, not having a silencer, and he cursed his Molokhan upbringing for not allowing him to be more familiar with firearms. His mother would pay for that. He staggered through the living room, reached the front door, pulled it open. The wind and sand stung his face, blowing into his wound and amplifying the agony tenfold. He looked down, steeling himself against the onslaught, and something caught his eyes. A key ring. He bent down, smiled. The stupid bitch had tried to steal his keys, but she dropped them on the porch, right on the welcome mat, like a present for him. He laughed, the laughter spiraling upward, out of control, until he finally forced himself to cut it off. He walked through the stinging sand out to the van, got in. He could see out of only one eye, but there was not much to be seen in the sandstorm anyway, and he drove by instinct, drove from memory, heading up the drive, down the road, through the dirty black night toward the center of town. He drove directly to the gun store, and as he'd hoped, its doors were wide open. The place had obviously been looted, but there were still plenty of weapons available, and he chose a revolver exactly like the one he'd had. He was familiar with it, knew how it worked, and he wouldn't have to waste any time adjusting to a new weapon. He walked behind the counter, grabbed a box of ammunition from the cupboard beneath the display case, loaded the gun, and put the rest of the ammo in his pockets. Outside, through the blowing dust, he saw what looked like Paul's car parked in front of the cafe, and he smiled. He should have known that little pussy would be living in there now. He was probably crying himself to sleep, or trying to hump the chalk outline the pigs had drawn around Deanna's dead body. Or both. He was glad Deanna was dead. He'd never liked that bitch, and it served her right that she'd met her end in her husband's cafe. He wondered what her last thoughts had been. He hoped they were desperate and despairing. He walked against the wind, keeping his head down, until he reached the cafe. The door was closed and locked, but he raised his revolver and held it against the door handle, pulling the trigger. There was a loud report that was swallowed instantly by the wind, and the door swung open, its lock and handle shattered. His night vision was still intact, and out of the sand he could see clearly, though there were no lights on in the cafe and no illumination filtered in from outside. He didn't see any sign of Paul, but the cafe owner was a lazy fuck, and Gregory knew there was no way in hell that Paul would walk home and leave his car, especially not in this kind of weather. Revolver extended, he walked along the side of the counter to the short hallway that led to Paul's office. He kicked open the office door. Paul looked up groggily, squinting into the darkness. "Who's there?" "Hello, Paul." "Gregory?" "Who else?" He remembered what it had been like to see his friend's hand shoved all the way down his wife's open pants, fingers working on her, and he was filled afresh with rage and hate. "Didn't expect to see me here again, did you?" No. Paul could obviously tell that something was not right, and Gregory smiled at the wary expression on his face, enjoying the slight hesitation in his voice. He thought of the last time they'd fought, the words that had been said. He advanced slowly. "Milk drinker," he said softly. "Faggot?" His head hurt like a motherfucker, but the pain cleared his brain, sharpened his thoughts, and he was able to remember in vivid detail the particulars of the fight, the unfair way he had been kept from complete and total victory. Paul was going to get what was coming to him this time. There was no Winona to save his ass now, no teenage bim who was going to arrive at the last minute and rescue him. Paul could still not see him, but the cafe owner stood, facing the direction of his voice. He walked out from behind the desk, and it was obvious that not only had he been sleeping, he was drunk. "Good." "You called me a homo," he told Paul. "Did I?" "You're the homo." Paul grinned into the darkness. "Then why'd your wife want to fuck me?" Gregory shot him in the knee. Paul went down screaming, a bloody spray of bone and cartilage flying out every which way, splattering against the wall and the desk, soaking the carpet. Gregory was surprised the shot had been so true. He could see perfectly in the pitch-black room, but it was out of only one eye, and his depth perception was completely gone. God must be looking out for him. No, he thought soberly, not God. Paul was screaming non-stop, a piercing, agonizing cry that sounded more animal than human. It was an irritating sound, an excruciatingly grating sound, and he stared at the writhing figure on the floor, willing it to stop. He realized dimly that he and Paul had once been friends, but that seemed so long ago and so far back that it was almost as though it had been in another life, in another world, in an alternate universe. The screaming did not abate, got worse if anything, and Gregory took a step forward, reached down, placed the barrel of the gun next to Paul's Adam's apple, and blew a hole in his throat. Blood was gushing, spurting everywhere now, and he knew instantly that he'd made a mistake. Paul was thrashing around and was no longer screaming. He no longer had a voice box, no longer had a throat, but he was dying, and Gregory had wanted him to suffer longer, had planned to draw out his death and torture him before finally allowing him to give up the ghost. He stared down at his dying ex-friend. In a suddenly lucid moment, it occurred to Gregory that something was wrong. He was not the person he used to be, not the person he should be. He knew it, and he wanted it to be different, but his thought processes seemed to be overridden by an outside imperative, a will greater than his own, and the insight vanished as quickly as it had arrived. Paul died, and that made him feel good. He walked back through the cafe and out onto the street, bracing himself against the coldness of the air and the strength of the sand. He thought for a moment, then started down the cracked sidewalk toward the bar where his father had been humiliated, and where for the past few months that smug prick of a bartender had made it clear that he was doing him a big favor just by allowing him to drink here. Malacan murderers. Whoever had spray-painted that graffiti gem had been more right than he'd known, and the bartender was about to find that out for himself. Gregory clutched the revolver tightly, holding it out in front of him. He didn't know what time it was, but it couldn't have been that late because through the sand and darkness he could see the glowing neon of a battery-powered beer sign, colors that he knew to be red and blue, but that appeared to him as shades of gray. The Miners' Tavern was still open. He walked inside. Candles were lit on the tables and on the bar, providing the only illumination, save for the beer sign. The place was empty, except for the bartender, and perhaps that was just as well. He thought of his father, humiliated here, degraded, cowed into being less than a man, and without stopping to confront the bartender or explain what he was doing, Gregory started shooting. He stopped only when the hammer clicked on an empty magazine, but the bartender was already long dead. He popped out the empty round, popped in another, then walked out of the bar. Playtime was over. It was time to get back to business. It was time to kill his family. 4. The Malakans' cars had been parked on the road that ran by the burned house on the other side of the banya. It was closer and quicker this way, and they didn't have to go anywhere near their own home and risk seeing his father again. Adam was thankful for that. He rode in a big car with his mom, Teo, and 2 Malacan men he didn't know, moving slowly through the sandstorm. Babunya was traveling in one of the other 2 cars, and all 3 vehicles pulled up in front of the church together. The wind was still blowing crazily, but the downtown buildings kept the worst of the dust out, and at least they could see here. The cars pulled into the small parking lot, and they all got out at once. At the front of the church were the rest of the Malakans, 20 or 30 of them, old men and old women in white Russian clothes. But it was the people with them who were the surprise. Indians. Standing next to the Malakans were several men from the reservation, dressed in what looked like the traditional clothing of their tribe. Dan and his father, the chief, were in front, and Dan smiled at him, waved. Adam felt hope flare within him. Despite the reassurance he'd gotten from Babunya and her friends, despite the fact that they seemed to know what was happening and what to do about it, the Malakans seemed to him too old to be effective in any kind of fight. He did not think they would be able to stand up against the sort of power and force that could summon ghosts and kill people and haunt houses and possess his father. But the stoic men of the Indian tribe seemed healthy and fit and reliably steady. He believed in them, he trusted them, and he knew from the clear, hard expressions on their faces that they could handle whatever trouble was thrown their way. They were clutching long spears painted with bands of alternating red and black and blue, fringed at the top with loops of leather cord and white feathers. And the fact that they carried weapons rather than Bibles made him feel a little more confident as well. Although, he squinted, looking closer, they were not spears after all, he saw. They might not even be weapons. They were painted sticks. Dan said something to his father, started toward Adam. Adam looked up at his mom, wondering if it was all right for him to talk to his friend again. But he could tell by the expression on her face that their little rock-throwing incident and subsequent arrest was the last thing on her mind, and he hurried across the dirt to meet his pal. Dan was the only Indian dressed in regular street clothes, and he and his family were the only Malakans similarly attired. Dan grinned at him as he approached. "Came through for you, didn't I?" Adam nodded. Thanks, dude. There was so much he wanted to say, so much he needed to explain, that he didn't know where to start. The next words out of his mouth were totally off the subject. You seen Scott? Dan shook his head. I haven't been allowed to see either of you. Until now. The other boy smiled wryly. I guess they finally figured out that it wasn't really our fault. It wasn't? Dan laughed. Well, we'll let him think it wasn't. So what's the plan? Do you guys know what's going on here? Yes. My dad went crazy and killed my sister, Sasha. He tried to kill us, but I knocked him out with his flashlight. And then we ran over to the banya, where my grandma and those other Malakans did some sort of exorcism to force out the demons or ghosts or whatever was living in there. The words tumbled out of him in a rush, and he was grateful to see Dan nodding at everything he said, not surprised, just accepting it. I told you, Dan said. Weird things have always happened here. Like Scott said, it's a haunted place. But this is different. Yeah. Uninvited guests. His friend nodded. Not that way. What do you guys think we need to do? Dan looked at him evenly. Find it. Kill it. It? There's a leader, a ringleader. Kill it, and the others will scatter. Dan seemed so much more knowledgeable than he himself was, so much more mature than he felt. He wondered if that was an Indian thing, or if that was just how Dan was. The adults were talking now, and Adam listened in. They tried to get Wasili, an old fat woman said in English, even more halting than Babunya's. They no come back. Maybe it's only the sandstorm, he heard his mother say. Maybe they just got lost, or didn't want to chance the roads at night in this wind. The woman said something in Russian. His mother turned toward Dan's dad. What do you think it is? The chief said basically the same thing his son had, about there being a host of evil spirits, about killing the leader, and he used some long, unpronounceable word to describe the creature. His mother recited the name back to him perfectly, and for the first time the chief allowed himself a small smile. Very good. We call him Yadushka di Muvedushka, Babunya said. So you know what this is, too? Of course. It is a mischievous spirit. It likes to play. Play? His mother repeated. Dan's father nodded grimly. We are nothing to it. We are toys, meant to be used and discarded. It orders around the other spirits, makes them do its bidding, murders us, hunts us down, all for its entertainment. He leaned forward. That's why it must be killed, he said fiercely. I know Malakans are pacifists. Cannot kill what not alive, Babunya said. We can kill it. Adam looked from one to the other, following the conversation. Creatures who used people as toys for entertainment? It sounded like Greek mythology, like all of the gods and creatures they'd learned about in English class, who had alleviated their boredom by playing chess with human lives. Once again, he thought that maybe the legends of all cultures had some common root, and the idea made him shiver. Because that root was right here in McWayne, the grain of truth at the core of it all, located at the overlapping intersection of Russian and Indian myths. He was struck by the fact that more than half of the Malakans were women, but that there were no women among the Indians. It was a strange observation to be making at this time, and though it wasn't a contest, he thought that his people were more progressive, more modern than Dan's tribe, and for the first time he felt genuinely proud to be Russian, to be Malakan. His mother looked from Babunya to the chief, to the other Indians, to the other Malakans. So what do we do now? The chief looked at her, looked past her at the others. "We have to go back to your house." His voice lowered. "And kill it." 5. There were shapes in the sand, outlines, small, light figures that cavorted behind a curtain of tan, larger, darker, unrecognizable creatures that slouched through the wind-blown dirt, barely seen. It was as if the dust storm was a cover for what? An army of monsters that was invading McGuane. Scott turned away from the window. That was the thought that came to him, and while he knew it sounded crazy, he believed it. As he told Adam, McGuane was a haunted place, and it seemed to be getting worse by the minute. His parents were fighting again, screaming at each other in the bedroom. Earlier, he'd taken advantage of the situation and tried to call Adam from the phone in his dad's den, but the line had been busy. He tried again just now, but a recorded voice said that line had been disconnected. He didn't like that, and he liked the shapes in the sandstorm even less. For some reason, they reminded him of the bathhouse, of the pictures he'd taken. Like most of the people in town, his parents were blaming the Mollicans for bringing this curse upon McGuane, and he was glad they hadn't seen the shapes in the sand. They stupidly thought it was Adam's influence that had made him throw rocks at cars on the highway and had led to his arrest. That was one of the things he'd wanted to talk to Adam about, and their anger had grown from there. Part of his parents' current fight had been about his dad going off to smoke some Russians. Luckily, his mom had refused to let him go, yelling at him, telling him he could pretend all he wanted outside these walls with his friends. But in here, where it counted, in the bedroom, she knew he was not a man. The argument had branched out from that starting point to cover the usual issues and grievances, and for once he was glad his parents were fighting. It kept them occupied. Ordinarily, he hit the road when his parents got into it like this, going over to someone else's house, hanging out at French's. But tonight he stayed home. Their screaming was the worst he'd ever heard, but he knew it was preferable to what was happening outside. And as he looked through the window at the obscured world out there, he thought that no matter how tense things got in here, right now there was no place else in town he'd rather be. The cells were full. The sheriff tried once again to radio the Rio Verde Sheriff's Station to ask if they had any open cells where prisoners could be transferred, but as before, he was unable to get through. He tried Wilcox, tried Safford, tried Benson. No answer. Roland slammed down the mic on the radio set, frustrated. Tish, holding down the front desk by herself, looked over at him, worried, and he forced himself to smile reassuringly at her. "Still no answer?" He shook his head. "I'll try again in a few minutes." He started to walk back to his office, but noticed something strange when he passed the hallway leading to the holding area. Silence. He frowned, listening. The prisoners were awfully quiet all of a sudden, and that didn't sit well with him, not with things going the way they were. He made a detour down the hall, knocked on the metal door that led to the holding area. "Tom," he called. He expected the door to be opened immediately, but when there was no response, he called his deputy's name again and quickly pulled out his own keys, a feeling of dread growing within him. "Tom!" He pulled open the door. Tom was lying unmoving in the middle of the corridor that ran between the two rows of cells. In the cells themselves, the prisoners were dead. All of them. Pressed against the bars, faces blue-black from lack of oxygen, eyes bulging from their sockets in contrasting white. A cold fear gripped Roland's heart, and he turned around, wanting to get out of here as quickly as possible, not even bothering to check on Tom's condition to make sure he was dead. The metal door slammed shut in his face. Farron Kent pulled to a stop in front of the temple. He'd been born and raised Mormon, had left the church only when he'd married Claire, but he still considered Mormons his people, and when he saw all of the cars and trucks parked in front of the temple, he knew where he had to go. He'd just come into town, and he'd almost pulled off to the side of the road to wait out the sandstorm once he'd come through the tunnel and experienced its ferocity. There'd been only a slight wind in the adjoining canyons through which he'd driven, nothing at all on the flat desert plain before, which meant that this freakishly localized weather could not possibly last the night. It was probably safer to pull onto the shoulder and catch a couple winks than attempt to maneuver these narrow roads with zero visibility. But he saw shadows in the sandstorm, figures, creatures, and he heard things, and he thought it safer to try and navigate the roads than pull off and wait for what? As he drove down the sloping highway into town, as the sand and its hidden inhabitants swirled about his car, old buried beliefs from his upbringing suddenly kicked in, and he found himself wondering if this was the end, if these were the last days. It did not seem that far-fetched, and when he saw all the vehicles parked in front of the dark Mormon temple, he immediately and impulsively pulled in. Even as he braked, however, the wind was lessening, the sandstorm dying down. There were still no lights on in McWane, other than what looked like headlights further up the road, but a faint glow of moonlight from above the storm could now be seen filtering onto the scattered buildings. And the mine, for that was the only place where he saw movement, the open pit across the highway, and the movement that he saw that instantly grabbed his attention scared the living shit out of him. There were creatures crawling out from the mine, emerging from the pit onto the ground above, creatures of dirt and gravel, monsters made from copper tailings and animated with some hellish spark of life. The last days. His first instinct was to run inside the temple for sanctuary, but his experiences during the intervening years proved far stronger than the influence of his upbringing, and he reached for the rack behind him and pulled his shotgun down. He got out of the pickup, locked and loaded, and strode bravely across the highway. He pointed his shotgun, aimed it at the first sand creature, and pulled the trigger. With a short high wail, the creature dissolved into dust. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. He targeted the next monster pulling itself up, its mineral fingers still clutching the edge of the pit, and when its head exploded in a shower of dirt, it fell back into the mine. Behind him, a few of the braver men were walking out onto the steps from inside the temple to see what was going on. The wind had died down enough now that the sound of the shotgun blasts had carried. "Grab some weapons!" he yelled as loud as he could. "I need some help here!" There was a second's hesitation, then two men sprinted down the steps and out to their pickups. A moment later, three others ran out of the temple to help. He smiled, feeling good, feeling strong, and blew the next monster into a cloud of dust that dissipated in the wind. 6. They were starting toward the cars when Agafia saw Gregory staggering up to the church through the blowing sand. Even with the flashlights pointed at him, he remained only a silhouette, but she would have recognized her son's shape anywhere, and she drew in her breath sharply. He was lurching to the left, and it was obvious that there was something seriously wrong. Her first instinct was maternal, and she wanted to run to him and hug him and pray over him and make him feel better. But pragmatism took over instantly, and she ordered the others back into the shot-up and now hairless church, warning them to stay down. Julia shoved the kids through the door, and Adam's little friend went with them. The older Molokans obeyed as well, but some merely doused their flashlights and moved off to the right or to the left, waiting to see what was going to happen. The Indians, following some plan of their own, broke up and began moving into the dust storm, into the night, attempting, she assumed, to sneak up behind Gregory. He came closer. She kept her flashlight trained on his indistinct form. The sight of him with a gun in his hand was not only shocking but repulsive, and her first thought was that she was glad his father was not alive to see this. She still had in her own hand the gun she'd taken from Julia, the gun he'd used to kill Sasha, and though she had no intention of using it, did not even know how to use it, she grasped it as she'd seen in movies and on television and pointed it at Gregory, illogically hoping that it would scare him away. He shot at her. Agafia jumped back, almost fell, and did drop the flashlight, though she managed to hold on to the revolver. She chanced a quick look behind her, did not see anybody dead or injured, and she prayed that he had not hit anyone. Gregory ran forward as fast as he could. It was totally unexpected behavior, and in this place and under these circumstances it appeared to be the move of a madman. Screaming crazily, shooting at the church, causing everyone to scatter, he ran toward her, past her, up the steps, and pointed his gun at Julia. Agafia knew she had to act fast. He was not playing around, not trying to gain leverage or make demands. He wanted only to kill his wife, and Agafia stepped up, shoving her gun hard against the side of his head, the side with all the blood. He winced, but did not drop his weapon, did not waver from his intent. "Forgive me," Agafia said softly in Russian, not knowing if it was Gregory to whom she was speaking or God. She pulled the trigger. Gregory dropped. Julia screamed. It was a cry of sheer pain, unlike any she had ever heard, and Agafia felt a twin of that pain within herself, a cry that wanted to escape and be let out, but that she kept bottled up inside, for fear if allowed free rein it would never end. They were staring at her with horror, all of the other Russians. Aside from Gregory, she was the only Malakan she had ever known who had willingly and intentionally taken a human life, and that sin weighed on her like a mountain on a peasant's back. Awareness that the life she had taken was also the life she had created, her son's, made her crime that much more heinous, made Agafia feel empty inside. She almost expected God to strike her dead right here and now, but as the others started moving forward, as the Indians emerged from the storm, she understood that that was not going to happen. She would not be taken, she would not be granted an easy way out. She would have to live with what she'd done, with what she was. Evil. She thought of Russian town, but she could have done nothing else. It was either her son or her daughter-in-law, and she had chosen. If she'd done nothing, Gregory would have killed her next, and the kids, and then however many others he could have before someone stopped him. So she'd made the decision to do it herself. It was something she would not have been able to carry out had she had time to think about it, but running on instinct, she'd made the split-second decision to kill him. It would be God who judged her finally, and she was prepared to accept his verdict no matter what it was. Julia was next to her, next to him on the ground, touching Gregory's face, but she was already pulling herself together, obviously attempting to be strong for the children, and Agafia admired that. Julia was tough. She was a survivor, and no matter what, could always be counted on to do what had to be done. Agafia was proud of the choice her son had made. Her son? She had no son anymore. She had murdered him. Again the scream was within her, threatening to escape, but she pressed it back, would not let it out. She looked down at Gregory's bloody body, then turned away, looked over at the others watching her, staring at her. She took Julia's arm, pulled her up. "It's not over," she said in English. "Indians are right. We go back to house. Finish it." Chapter 21. 1. They parked on the road. Julia made Adam and Teo stay in the van, with the doors locked. They were both stunned, shell-shocked, and neither objected nor even responded. Dan was in there with them, and one of the old Malakan men volunteered to remain outside and guard the kids. The rest of them walked up the drive to the house. There were at least 40 of them, Malakans and Indians, and the sheer number of people made her feel safer, more secure. There was safety in numbers, and even up against something as vast and incomprehensible as the supernatural, she felt reassured being part of a crowd. The wind had disappeared as suddenly as it had arrived, but the blackout continued, and after all the howling, this new silence seemed creepy and somehow ominous. Most of them had flashlights, and the way before them was well lit. Ahead, at the end of the drive, its black bulk still too far away to be illuminated by their lights, was their destination. The house. Where Sasha lay murdered in her bed. Julia focused on Yadushka di Muvedushka, trying to figure out where the owner of the house might be hiding. Like an alcoholic, she was taking everything one step at a time. She concentrated only on the present, only on the here and now, only on what lay immediately before her. Not on the fact that her husband, her life-mate, her love, had been shot and killed by his mother on the steps of the Malakan church while their son and daughter watched. And she purposely kept herself from thinking about the larger issues and implications, about what she was going to do after this was all over, about what was to become of the rest of her life. They reached the porch. "I'll go in first," the chief said, moving in front. Agafia pushed past him, motioning for Julia to follow. "No," she told him. "Our house. We go first." Julia did not want to be first. She wanted to remain right where she was, safely in the middle of the crowd, borne along by the momentum of those around her, carried on the tide of consensus. She didn't want to have to make decisions, didn't want to think about his brains blown out of his head by his mother seconds before he was going to shoot her, and the expression on his face in the second before it disintegrated into a wash of red, that knowing, horrified look that she would remember to her dying day, that was imprinted forever on her mind, that would always cause her to wonder if at the last minute he realized what he had done. What to do. But she accompanied her mother-in-law up the porch steps, the others falling in behind them. They walked into the house, and as scary as it should have been, the atmosphere was dissipated by the number of people tramping through her living room. They were like an army, and Agafia was the general, directing half of the Indians and Malakans to explore the first floor and the back porch with Vera and the chief, while the rest of them went upstairs. Julia realized that she did not know the chief's name, that none of them had even bothered to ask. Of course, she didn't know the names of most of the Malakans either, and somehow the fact that she was here with strangers lent to the proceedings a dispassionate, objective air that further served to dispel the aura of horror that overhung the house. The downstairs people started searching the kitchen and the first-floor bedrooms, while the rest of them went upstairs with Agafia. They planned to go through this floor, then if they didn't find anything, check out the attic. The thought of going up into the attic scared her. It was where Gregory had hidden, where he'd stored his gun, and she decided that she would remain here and let some of the hardier people, the Indian men, check for her. She could not go up there. Not now. Not yet. There was a press of bodies behind her, and she moved forward, flashlight extended. They started with the hallway, checking the linen closet. Nothing. Their bedroom closets, master bath. Nothing. Adam's bedroom. Nothing. Sasha's bedroom. Julia sucked in her breath as the flashlights shone into the darkness and illuminated the bed. It was him. The owner of the house. Yadushka Dimuvedushka. He was crouching over the body of Sasha, and it was obvious that he'd been playing with her. There were patterns drawn in blood, obscene renderings on the wall above the headboard, and her limbs had been repositioned in a disgusting way that he obviously found comical. She recognized him instantly. She had seen him before, in Russian Town. He was the figure she had encountered in the ruined buildings of the old Malakan neighborhood. She remembered perfectly the scrunched-together face, the abhorrent configuration of features, the aura of tremendous age. He was wearing traditional Russian clothing, but his white shirt was covered with red, and his stubby hands were drenched with blood. Fear, horror, revulsion, sadness, despair, anger, all vied for supremacy within her. But it was anger that came out on top, and she was the first one to step through the door into the unnaturally cold room. He could not do that with her daughter's body. Supernatural being or not, he could not desecrate her corpse and get away with it. She acted without thinking, throwing her flashlight as hard as she could at the little man, and feeling a small twinge of satisfaction as it bounced off his head and made him wince. "Leave her alone!" Julia screamed. She felt Agafia's reassuring hand on her arm. "Get out of my house and leave my daughter alone. All of you!" He looked at her, and in a sudden flash of insight, she realized the truth. There were no others, no ghosts, no demons, no other creatures, no other beings. Only him. Agafia was wrong. It was not that supernatural forces were attacking the town because he wasn't there to protect them. It was simply that he was pissed off that they hadn't invited him along when they'd moved, and he was out for revenge. The powers at his disposal, the ones he was supposed to turn outward against their enemies, he had turned inward against them. Not only was he not protecting them, he was attacking them, and in his face was the purest example of rage and hatred that she had ever hoped to see. It was terrifying, the sheer power and intensity of those emotions, and her next invective died in her throat as she involuntarily backed up. There were shouts coming from the stairs. Everyone was running up, but there wasn't enough room for everybody in the hallway, and she heard the people at the tail end calling out in confusion. There were all these men and women against this one dwarfish creature, but the deck still seemed stacked, the odds in Yadushka Dimuvedushka's favor, and it was clear that everyone knew it. The cold air was thick with power, an almost electrical charge that Julia could feel on her skin, in the shallow breaths she inhaled. Despite the rush of bodies, she and Agafia were still the only ones in the bedroom. A half-dozen flashlight beams were trained on the blood-spattered little man, but the men and women holding the lights remained out in the hall, afraid to come in. The left-behind owner smiled at her, revealing small, sharp baby teeth, but there was no mirth or humor in the gesture. "There is only me," he said, confirming her thoughts. "The banya," Julia said. "The hauntings, the murders." Yadushka Dimuvedushka grinned. "All me." He chuckled. "My sandstorm, too." "It is not him," Agafia said quietly in Russian. "What?" "It is not the right one." The little man chuckled, spoke Russian as well. "Then I guess I'm the wrong one." Julia understood. It was not their Yadushka Dimuvedushka. It was another one. A bad one. An evil one. She should have known that, should have been able to guess, but it made no practical difference, had no bearing on anything at this point. "The Banya," Agafia said. "It used to be the Shubins. They must not have invited him to come. They must have left him behind." And he'd been sitting here all these years, growing angrier, more bitter, stronger. "Yes," he said, grinning. Around them the house shook. Some of the Malakan women in the hallway screamed. Flashlight beams darted around. Color was bleeding from the walls, leaving them black and white. Hovering outside the window was a miniature funnel cloud, a dust devil. A dust devil with a face. Gregory's face. The owner of the house laughed, the same ancient laugh she remembered from Russian Town, and Julia was chilled to the bone. The creature's voice, when he spoke, was equally ancient. "I'm glad you all came. I'm glad you're here." And a naked, dirty old man with a beard that hung down to his knees walked through the door. 2. "You have found him." Agafia heard him before she saw him, heard his voice in her mind, and she turned to see a commotion in the hallway, a jostling of bodies made apparent by the suddenly skewed flashlight beams. And then the prophet walked into the room. The feeling that coursed through her, that washed over her, was not gratitude, not relief, not joy, not hope, but some amalgam of the four that was stronger and more intense than all of them put together. Peter and Nikolai had found him, and they'd brought him here. She felt like crying, but knew she could not allow herself that luxury. Agafia looked at the Prow Rock and wanted to apologize for not doing something sooner, for not realizing what was happening and putting a stop to it before it reached this point. But there was no time for that either, and she did not really know what to say. "It is not your fault," that voice in her mind said, and she saw on that wrinkled old face a look of contrition. She blinked. He was apologizing to her? "It is not your fault." That was true, she realized. Perhaps if they had invited their Yadushka Dimu Vedushka to move with them from California, he could have fought off this onslaught from his brethren, but it was equally likely that he would have ended up dead like the others, piled in the banya. It was the Shubins who had brought this about by ignoring tradition, by not following the Russian custom and inviting the owner of the house to come with them, and it was their owner that lay at the root of this disaster. Although perhaps it was not even their fault that things had turned out this way. This was a haunted place, according to Adam's Indian friends, and maybe it was just the coincidental combination of a free and angry owner and the indigenous spirits of this wild land that had led them to this pass, a unique mingling of the unseen forces of separate cultures, an accidental cross-pollination of different strains of Nyachizny Duk that ordinarily would never have come into contact with each other, but that had here created a monster. The shaking of the house grew more intense, and Wasily closed his eyes and clasped his hands as around him the darkness began to swirl, gathering into shapes that she almost, but not quite recognized, and that spoke to her on some deep level she did not even know she possessed. She held tightly to Julia's arm, tried with all her might not to look at Sasha's profaned form. From the far edges of the room came a sound like the screeches of a tortured rat. The Prow Rock began speaking in his upper-class Russian, a prayer Agafia could barely understand and that she had never heard before. She did not know if it was a prayer he had made up himself, or a legitimate Malakan invocation that she was simply not familiar with. But either way, it infuriated the little man, who began screaming crazily in a language that was clearly not human. The swirls of darkness grew more solid, the black and white walls fading into monochromatic gray. The prophet's beard burst into flame, orange fire starting at the bottom of the long, tangled mess of hair and flashing upward toward his face. Yet still he kept talking, praying, his voice remaining calm, even while the owner's inhuman screams grew ever more frenzied and intense. The little man stomped his foot on the ground, pointed at Wasili, and the prophet's genitals disappeared, smooth skin appearing between his legs and tightening the wrinkles on his thighs and stomach. The window of the room shattered, flying inward, and the dust devil snaked through the opening and slammed into the prow rock, its Gregory face contorted with rage. Except the prophet was not knocked down by the wind. Instead, it only put out the fire that had engulfed all of his beard, save the last bit of stubble on his cheeks. And the tide shifted. She was not sure exactly how it happened, but suddenly the dust devil was faceless and fading. The owner's screams were like background noise, and the prow rock's simply stated prayer was loud enough to be heard by all. The owner's eyes widened in terror. Now each line Wasili spoke was like a whip across Yadushka Dimuvedushka's body. The small man recoiled, falling off the bed, rolling on the rug, jerking in spasms that coincided precisely with the end of each spoken phrase. And he changed. The clothes went first, melting off him, turning to liquid and running off his form, vaporizing into a foul-smelling gas before ever hitting the floor. The skin went next, then the hair and facial features. Layer by layer, the human veneer was stripped away, the pretenses of mortal existence cast aside. What was emerging was a monster. A squat, greenish-black creature with a strange, inky halo that gave off a smell like rotten garlic. A hideous, hellish being that looked like nothing Agafia had ever seen or imagined, and that bespoke both plant and animal origins. The chief and his men had pushed through the crowd, and were now entering the room, and their eyes widened at the sight. They began speaking excitedly to each other in their own language. This was obviously something they recognized. Evil had many forms and disguises, she thought, but underneath, it was all the same. The prow rock had moved on to another prayer, a prayer of binding that was part of the cleansings she and the other church members had attempted to perform. She began chanting along with him, and from the doorway she heard Vera's voice chiming in. Others took up the chant. Peter, Nikolai, Anya. The chorus of voices grew, and Agafia was gratified to hear the creature's grunts and cries and hisses of pain. The house had stopped shaking, and no longer were there shapes in the darkness, figures formed from shadow. The dust devil was gone. It was all Yadushka Dimuvedushka could do to protect himself from this onslaught of prayer, and he was wailing, gnashing his teeth. At the end of the prayer, Wasili stopped speaking. The rest of them stopped with him. The freakish creature on the floor was immobile, frozen into a position of supplication. Only his eyes and mouth could move, the eyes darting angrily back and forth as if to escape this position into which he had been fixed, his mouth issuing cries of pain and fury. The Indians moved forward. "Kill it," the chief said coldly. They began beating him with their sticks. The colors on the sticks changed, and with each hit, with each contact, the sticks seemed to desolidify for a brief fraction of a second, to wiggle and wobble in the men's hands like snakes, like something alive, before stiffening once again. Yadushka Dimuvedushka devolved under this assault, its form growing less specific, more generic, turning from what was recognizably a monster into a doughy, shapeless mass of quivering flesh that resembled a lump of polluted gelatin. Somewhere along the line it lost its voice, and the electric charge of power that had permeated not just this room but the entire house faded away into nothing. The stench grew worse, and it was all Agafia could do not to throw up. Was this what they were all like underneath, she wondered? All of the Yedushka di Muvedushka? Or was their substance determined by their morality? Were the evil ones made of this, and the good ones of something nicer? She didn't know, but she suspected the latter. Somehow she found it hard to believe that the pleasant little man father had seen, who had braided their horse's hair and helped them through hard times, had anything in common with this hateful evil creature. But who was to say? She looked at the grotesque blob next to the bed and shivered. The sticks were no longer changing color, and a few moments later, the owner of the house was gone. There was nothing left on the floor but a black puddle of brackish liquid. Wasili mumbled something, dropped to his hands and knees, and, like a dog, began lapping it up. Agafia grimaced. She looked for the first time at Sasha's bloody body atop the bed, then quickly back at the blank and stricken face of her daughter-in-law. Glancing at the silhouetted forms behind the flashlights, she made out Vera's bulk, and though the two of them could not see each other's faces, a wordless understanding passed between them. The prophet was snorting like an animal, finishing up the puddle. Following Vera's lead, Agafia lowered her head and prayed, giving thanks to God. 3. Her mother-in-law remained upstairs, as did several of the other Malakans and the naked old man who was licking up what was left of Yedushka di Muvedushka. The rest of the Russians, the Indians, and herself walked downstairs and outside, exhausted. The moon was up now, the stars were visible, and while most of the flashlights remained on, they weren't really needed. The wind had disappeared, and looking up the drive, she could clearly see the cars on the road and the van in which her children waited. She walked alongside the chief, Adam's friend's father. The Indian man was talking to her, but she wasn't paying attention and couldn't understand what he said, and she nodded dumbly, pretending to be listening. Julia felt numb. She'd been thinking of the present, keeping the future at bay, worrying only about whether they would get out of this alive. But now Yedushka di Muvedushka was history, the crisis was past, and the future was here. She could avoid it no longer. Sasha was dead. Gregory was dead. Her firstborn and her husband were gone, and it was brought home to her in strange ways. The knowledge that Sasha would not need the college fund they'd started for her years before they'd won the lottery, and the realization that from now on she would be making all the decisions alone. There was no one to whom she could turn for support or advice, and if Adam or Teo disagreed with her, they could no longer appeal to their dad. Their dad was dead, and he had killed their sister. Gregory had shot Sasha, but she did not blame him. It might be nothing more than rationalization born of love. But in her mind, he had been guided and corrupted by a power far stronger than himself, under the influence of such an evil force that an army of people from two different cultures had to band together to defeat it. Her death was not his fault. Sasha had not really been murdered by her father. He had been someone else at that point, and Julia could not find it in her heart to blame him. She did blame Agafia for murdering her son, though she knew that was unfair. Agafia had done it to save her life, and her life had been saved, as had probably many others. The old woman had gone against her religion, her upbringing, her beliefs, had sacrificed not only her son, but the best part of herself for the rest of her family. Julia knew it had been an impossible situation, and an instant decision had to be made, but she could not help second-guessing and wondering if Agafia couldn't have shot his leg, or hit him over the head, or somehow just injured him, rather than killing him. She could not see herself absolving her mother-in-law for what she'd done, could not find it in her heart to forgive her, at least not at this point. But she knew, for her own sake as well as the kids', she would have to somehow work through it. She ran the last few steps to the van that Gregory had bought, and before she even reached it, the door was opening and the kids were tumbling out, rushing up to her. She hugged her children, the 2 children who were left, and she thought about Gregory, and thought about Sasha, and thought about the life they'd had and the life that they were no longer going to have, and she held them tightly, and she began to sob. Epilogue. They went back to the old house in Downey, he and Babunya. She drove her old car, her Pontiac, and she drove it in an old lady way, seat far forward, posture ramrod straight, steering wheel gripped tightly at the top, chin practically touching the wheel. Before, Adam would have been embarrassed to be seen with her like this, would have ducked far down in his seat and hoped that no one he knew would see him. But nothing embarrassed him any more. They were staring at Babunya's house in Montbello until they found a place of their own, and though it was nice being back in California, it felt strange to be living in someone else's house, even Babunya's, and he was anxious for them to move into their own home. Teo and his mom were at Aunt Tanya's house this morning, looking over real estate brochures, and his mom had wanted him to come with them, but Babunya told her that she was going to go shopping and that she needed him to help carry the groceries out to the car. Instead, they'd come here. He didn't like to think about what had happened. He avoided talking about McQueen or anything that had happened there, and he tried not to let even a stray thought about those months cross his mind. He'd promised Scott and Dan that he would call them, but he hadn't, and he was glad that they did not have Babunya's phone number or address. He did not want to talk to either of them. He just wanted that part of his life to be over. He just wanted to put it behind him and forget it had ever occurred. Babunya pulled up in front of the house. He looked at the front lawn, the garage, the corner window of what had been his room, and he suddenly felt like crying. He had not cried since the funerals, not even in the privacy of his own bed alone at night. But he felt like crying now, and it was all he could do to keep the tears from coming. He glanced away from the house, down the street, wondering if Roberto might be around, but it was a school day, and the street was deserted. A stray tear escaped from his right eye, and he quickly, angrily wiped it away. The house was for sale. The people who had bought it from them had obviously done so only for investment, and there was a realty sign on the lawn, emptiness visible through the curtainless windows. His mom must know that the place was for sale, but apparently she didn't want to go back there. He understood how she felt. There were too many memories. It would be nice to live near Roberto again, to go back to his old school and his old friends, but he didn't really want to take up residence in this house again either. It would be too harsh a reminder, and it would be better for all of them if they found some place new, got a clean start. "Come," Babunya said, unstrapping her shoulder harness and opening the car door. "We go inside." He nodded silently, unbuckled his own seatbelt, opened his door, followed her. They'd talked about this ahead of time, and he knew what they were going to do, but he still wasn't sure how he felt about it. The locks of the house had obviously not been changed, and Babunya took her old keys from her purse and unlocked the front door. She said a quick prayer, walked inside. Adam held his breath as he walked through the familiar doorway, into the furnitureless house. He glanced around. It had looked exactly the same on the morning they left, but time and distance had altered his perspective, and it felt weird to be back. It was his home, but at the same time not, and he felt lost, adrift. They walked slowly through the rooms, Babunya repeating the same Russian prayer as they moved from the living room to the family room to the dining room to the kitchen. Memories and emotions were pressing in on him from all sides, threatening to crush him, and it got harder and harder to breathe as they made their way through the once familiar house. He wanted nothing more than to bolt, to run, to get the hell out of here, but he remained next to Babunya, concentrated on keeping his emotions at bay. They came to the last room, his parents' bedroom. Once again the tears threatened to well up, and he would have probably started crying had his attention not been distracted at that moment, had he not seen movement in the far corner of the room, a faint shimmering. Babunya had just finished her prayer, and he looked over there where the dresser used to be, and he thought he saw him, Yadushka Dimuvedushka, the owner of the house. He didn't look like that Rumpelstiltskin picture, didn't look like the shadow on the wall of the banya, didn't look like a leprechaun. Indeed, he was not strange or unusual in appearance at all. He looked like a miniature man, a little Russian, and he was dressed in white mollicon church clothes, and had a long gray beard, and the kindest eyes Adam had ever seen. Adam glimpsed him only for a brief second, if at all, and then he was gone. There was nothing there. After everything that he'd been through, after everything that had happened, he would have thought that he'd be scared, that contact with anything even remotely supernatural would terrify him. But there was nothing terrifying about the small man, and in the brief second that he thought he saw him, he'd felt strangely at peace and at ease, something he had not felt for a long time. Babunya looked at him, smiled. She'd seen him too. Looking toward the corner, she said some words in Russian, then nodded to him. He repeated them in English, just as she'd coached him. "Owner of the house, please come with us and protect us." The little man appeared again, flickering into an existence that was still only barely visible. He nodded politely, started walking toward them, then faded into nothingness. Adam looked over at his grandmother. "Is that it?" "He with us," she said. She put an arm around his shoulder. "He protect you in your home. Do not worry." Adam said nothing, and the two of them walked silently back through the house, outside. "He with us." He would have laughed at that before, would have thought it was stupid, but now it cheered him up, made him feel better. "He protect you." They walked out to the car, got inside. On their way back, they stopped at a grocery store, bought some food for tonight's dinner, and she bought him a Spider-Man comic book that he read to himself on the silent trip home to Montbello, where Teo and his mother were waiting. This has been The Town by Bentley Little, narrated by David Stiefel. Copyright 2000 by Bentley Little. Production copyright 2019 by Journalstone.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.